that needs to happen prior to that. All right, we're gonna check. We're checking. Watch the encoder go up the encoder. I hope it does not overload. My OBS might explode. I hope not. Anyway, you want to guess what was being played in my house right before stream? I'll give you a hint. It was K-pop Demon Hunters. And I was the one who started it. Sorry. Anyway, I think the YouTube John is working now. Let's check. What we really want is for the vertical broadcast to be working, and that is the goal. So where's YouTube on my phone? There it is. Let's check. No, thank you. I do not want NFL Sunday Ticket. Ugh. God, I just got served a video. You know how you watch like one thing on YouTube and then it starts to serve you like all sorts of awful videos? Anyway, oh yeah, there it goes. Okay. It's not served. Yeah. Master Splits, welcome in. Philly cheesesteak fritters. Oh, the worst kind of breakfast sandwich, honestly. Or the worst kind of breakfast. Hold on, we could just put this hat here for a moment until we get started. There we go, look at that. Cute. I was watching last night. Hold on, pause. Before I like do that, I'm trying to make a coffee here, but I have the air. I have the window open, and whenever the window is open, it blows cold air in, like directly into my stovetop, and like it doesn't heat up as much. Okay, I know why. I was like, oh my god, my brain is like in 6 different places right now. We're gonna like consolidate all those tracks, like when you look at the train tracks coming into the train station, and there's like 50 of them, and then they consolidate down to like 2. I'm gonna try to do that today. The other day I was wondering aloud on stream why there was multiple like YouTube chats in a row. It's because there's 2 different chats on YouTube, and it's sending an automated message to both of them. Got it. Okay. 2 tracks eliminated. Speaking of YouTube though, yeah, I was watching a live stream last night of this channel. One of my favorite Twitch streamers for like late night watching was doing a debate with this guy, and the debate was is feminism good for society? And like, I don't know, yo. If you're on there's only one side of that like whose opinion I actually respect, and I hope you all understand, or perhaps can guess like which side of it that is. Anyway, the channel that the debate was on was supporting the other person who was debating that it was not good for society, was a regular commentator and debater on this channel. And so I opened up YouTube this morning, and it's like, here's a bunch of misogynistic shit that you might enjoy. And I'm like, thanks. Thanks. Anyway. Good morning. We're coming in hot today. Who knows better about feminism than a man? Camille, it's just like, it's this guy. Yeah, it's this guy who just like rages. He's like a professional debater, and he's always like, I support. He's very. What's his angle? He's like, I am a conservative. He's like a conservative Christian. Anyway, shockingly enough, it was a 5.5 hour YouTube broadcast. I watched like 4 hours of it, and I managed to not put myself into like an apoplectic rage over it. Anyway, one of my favorite Twitch streamers was on debating this person, and she's not a debater, but she did well. She did well. He's irrational and what's the word? Hysterical. He's very hysterical and emotionally driven, and it showed. And it showed. Anyway, let's make some cookies today. That's really what we want to do here today, and not rehash this debate that I spent an unreasonable amount of time absorbing last night. It's not really a debate when one side is like wholly off the rails. Camille, whatever happened to egalitarianism, right? Uncommon? Camille, one of the hallmarks of me is that I'll listen to someone talk. I will listen to you for a long time. If I disagree with your opinion, you can, I'm not gonna like spike. I'm gonna like let you keep going. And I think that, like, honestly, I think that that's something that we don't do. That nobody does. That a lot of people don't do. They just won't listen to someone else. Like, people are uninformed. People are misled, and you know, in order to facilitate pulling them out of that, you have to hear them out. You have to hear them out. Nobody likes being told that they're dumb, whether or not it's true. Nobody is receptive to that. So like, you have to find the angle that works. You have to find the hook that works. Ty, yeah, I am talking about. That's who I'm talking about. And he's just an awful human. Like, he's so awful. He's so awful. He called her the worst names to her face, like horrible, offensive things. He said terrible things about, like, and then he got mad when she like attacked, when she like said something about his wife. He like crapped all over her family, and then he got mad when she was like, whoa, here's this little bit of personal information, and he lost his mind. Uncommon, I'm excited to send you cookies. Well, that is 18 months of cookie. That is 18 months of being a subscriber. That means that you get cookies. The next round of Cookie Club. That means that you get them. So save your points this month. Save your points, because you're going to get cookies no matter what for December. Congratulations. Thank you for being here for 18 months. Have some confetti. Yeah, Camille, and the thing with people that have bad takes is that if they're like debating someone, they will continue. It's just like then they'll obfuscate, they'll diffuse, they'll go other directions, they'll like try to go at a different angle, they'll latch onto something that someone else says. People like having the capacity to be like, I don't know that, so I'm not going to speak to it, or I was wrong, is like, that doesn't make you dumb. Like, it makes you a reasonable person if you say, I can't speak to that because I don't know. The Tucson says, you're not going to get pissed and make the other person shut up if you disagree. No, like, I disagree with a lot of things that people say. I'm very much online, and I read a lot, and I know what my limitations are. I would never, ever, ever get on in a, I would never, like, good for her for doing that, but I would never put myself in a position of talking to a person as unreasonable as that man. I just wouldn't. I wouldn't, because you're not going to win. He's going to make you enraged. He's going to trigger you in a million different ways. He's never going to relent, and all of his points are just going to be so just awful and unreasonable. Ty, you were listening to it? Good for you. Yeah, and now I'm getting served. I got served, and of course now my and like I said, I opened up, all this started because I opened up YouTube and it served me a video that was like, just like the worst shit. It was like the first thing in my recommended just now was like, great. So I need to do like a fire cleanse of my YouTube. I need to watch like, I don't know. I need to watch a bunch of like industrial assembly line videos or something. Just like, we need a palate cleanser. Fellas, good day. Good morning. Hello. Fellas, you were almost at 300 check-ins. That's wild to me. Yeah, well, Uma, sometimes what you need to say is, yeah, I don't actually know. I don't know the answer to that. I don't have data for that. I don't have information about that. I don't know enough to speak on it. If you have the information on it and you can bring it to the table, feel free to speak on it, but I do not. I am not informed about that topic, and so I am not the right person to have this conversation. It's not hard. I may not be informed on the topic, but I don't like what I'm hearing. Totally reasonable thing to say either. Yeah. You can't know if you think you know. Well, if you think you know, you have no reason to go find out. That's the thing. You could tell she was fatigued. Yeah, and then when he was like, we're going to call my wife and get my wife on the show. And she's like, are you kidding, buddy? Like, you can't carry the show? You're going to go smoke a cigarette and let your wife attack me? Come on now. Uncommon says, periodically I clean up my watch history. Did you know that Instagram allows you to completely reset your algorithm now? I do that quite literally every week. Every time I think about it, I'm like, and reset. Ports, welcome in. Happy Sunday. JS on YouTube, welcome in. Hello. Speaking of YouTube, can you reset your YouTube algorithm? Is that like a thing? Is that possible to do? I have no idea if that's like a thing. Ports, what's the fudge for? Just for yourself? Dark butterscotch fudge sounds delicious. We're gonna do apple fritter cookies today. That's the goal. We have a bunch of cookies to make. I finished the boxes already. I've already pre-made the bags, and I have a bunch of stuff already. Cool. Ford says I had a hankering for something sweet and I didn't want to get in the car and go to the store. Summer tires. You know, that's really funny. It feels like you're very Canadian. That feels like a very Canadian statement. Does it not? It does to me. It does to me. It is a I was just talking to Sofa, or Sofa just mentioned in chat the other day that she was putting the snow tires on the car, which I think is funny. Got any grapes? Bom, 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 bom. When the duck walks up to a lemonade stand and he says to the man running the stand, hey, bomp, bomp, bomp. Oh my God. That's funny. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Just a moment. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, that's fun. Someone was in the YouTube chat saying some fun, awful things. So we're just removing chatting on there for the moment. Why are people terrible? See, now this is like so annoying, because like, yeah. It's annoying because like I feel like now that particular person got recommended my channel because I was like watching some horrific misogynistic crap yesterday, and now that's like just the thing. So hang out for a second, because I'm hold on, platforms, there we go. Okay. See, this is just annoying. Well, Mac, thank you for your resub. I appreciate you. Yeah, I can make it subscriber only. The thing is that they could just subscribe to the channel. I am what I'm doing is It is set to subscriber only, I feel like. The annoying thing is that I don't have a mod view. I don't have a moderator view of the vertical stream, which is where they are currently being awful, or were currently being awful. I do have the ability to turn off chat, which I did. So we're just, I am, as we were like working on figuring out how to manage YouTube. Sorry, we're just YouTube does not make like chat management easy. I don't actually know where I can see it outside of the outside of the app that I use to like manage it, because it's two different chats. That's the thing. It's one for horizontal and one for vertical, and so it is like, yeah, it's like two different things. So sorry, I know this is like scintillating conversation. Woma, that is true. It's weird. The vertical stream got a bunch of it got a bunch of views the last time. So like, yeah, it gets served to a lot more people. Which is fascinating to me. But I don't actually know how to manage the chat for the vertical stream. Isn't that weird? So hold on. Maybe that's something that I do on my phone. Unclear. I don't know. Longer people are more likely to scroll. I think that's why, well, I think that it is, yeah, I think that it's just more, it puts your feed, it puts your, what's the word I'm searching for? It puts your live stream into the reels, not reels, shorts feed. It puts it into the shorts feed. And I think it deleted their messages because I don't see them. Okay. There we go. Okay. So we're just going to turn on, subscriber only mode. And then we're going to do that and report them for hate speech. Okay, hide user on my channel. And there we go. Okay. Cool. So we figured it out. This message has been held for review. Okay. Yeah, cool. It doesn't do the same on TikTok. Well, I'm not on TikTok. I'm not live streaming on TikTok, so that shouldn't matter as much. Okay, cool. Anyway, as they say in Canada, sorry about that. But I guess this is what happens when you put your shit on the internet. And let's change, can I do, oh, I can show moderation activity. Cool. Sorry, eh? Yeah, and I have, okay. So TikTok, Tucson says, works the same way as YouTube Live. It puts live streams in the shorts feed. I guess so. I didn't, I wasn't aware of that. Sofa says I need more devices to watch all the chats. Yeah, that could be fun. I have put both of those. I just put both of the YouTubes into subscriber only mode, so that you have to subscribe, and that you have to subscribe for how long do we want to put it? 60 minutes. You have to be subscribed for 60 minutes. Cool. So if you want to hang around or come back and say hateful shit after 60 minutes, I guess you can, and we can ban you then. Awesome. Okay. That's fine. Okay. Well, good. At least it shows up in my chat window. And I think, I don't actually know who's moderator. I don't know if any of our current Twitch moderators are moderators on the YouTube stream. They might be. Okay. Sorry, we're, oh God. One more second. I did mod you. Okay. Yeah, I just see, the thing is, I don't even know how to moderate my own channel on Twitch. Tucson, I can't stream on I can't stream on TikTok because I don't have a key. I haven't been what's the word? I haven't been on there long enough to I've been on there long enough. I don't have enough content. I don't have enough content to save or to what's the word I'm looking for? To be eligible for that. Tundra, I see you. Thank you. I don't have enough juice on TikTok to go live stream. Wayland, welcome in. Anyway, if the fun persists on YouTube, which I don't whatever, we'll see. People are just awful, and on the internet, anonymity is kind of fun. Please don't use it. Way too slow. I mean, Tucson, but to be fair, it is a way to like generate, you know, traction on the internet or whatever. I see a way how to remove comments. Yeah, I can remove them. I have the mod view of YouTube Live like up on my computer now. I figured it out. Velos, that sounds delicious. Uncommon. By the way, I'm using StreamerBot to manage to see all of the chats at once. So I can see the things. It's just hard to moderate the things. Which I guess I need to put, hold on. I'll leave myself a note. Yeah, well, I'm definitely going to delete that video from my watch history. Thank you. I don't love YouTube is awful. Specifically, I mean, they're all awful for that. It's like someone sends you a video and you watch it, and then it's like everything that gets recommended to you for the next like 3 days is just more of the same shit, and I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Okay, let's. I'm going to do a full reset. First thing first, we have to cook the apple filling. So these cookies use small diced apples that are cooked and then cooled completely. In a small skillet over medium heat, melt the butter. Add the diced apples, brown sugar, and cinnamon. Cook 4 to 5 minutes until soft and lightly caramelized. Remove from the heat and let cool completely. Later in the recipe, it says small dice the apples. Notes, apple variety matters. Got it. Small dice, smaller apple pieces distribute evenly and reduce moisture pockets, which help the cookies crisp up. Cool apples completely. Folding the warm apples into the dough can melt the butter in the dough, making the cookies soft rather than crisp. Great note. It also says fold in the apples, step number 4 of the recipe. Fold in the apples. Gently fold cooled apple mixture into the dough without the excess juices from the pan. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna cook the apple. We're gonna dice the apples. We're gonna cook the apples. We're going to put them in a colander to cool, because it says no excess juice. We're gonna let the juice come out in a colander. It doesn't need to sit in the juice. They're already gonna be in the juice. So we'll just we'll put them in a colander and let them drain. Which is ideal. Okay. Catalina, welcome in. I do know Townsend's. Yes, I do. That's one I wouldn't mind getting recommended to me in my algorithm, because that is actually fun and interesting. Dan, congrats on your 205th check-in. Dan, surprisingly, I have not addressed that yet, but it is on the list. I did do some research into how to get my into the whole like lurker reward thing that I was talking about earlier, and I started writing the base like logic for that. We're not there yet. We're not going to be there. It's going to be like a week or two. That's the next. That's going to take me like 4 or 5 hours to like write and get correct. So that's not coming soon, but it is coming. Let me wash my hands here real quick while we're getting started because we're going to make this. We're gonna cut these apples and get those ready to go. I also need to wash my colander. It's in the sink. Actually, no. I washed this already? Yeah, I washed this already. Why is it in the sink? I think it fell off the dish rack. Okay, whatever. I'm like, this is perfectly clean. All right. And I also just realized, I just had the thought, I panicked earlier, like panicked, because I had the moment of like, oh, I don't have enough apples for this. But I realized that I did one of those things where when I printed the recipe, you can double the amount of, it's one of those recipes where it has a drop-down menu at the top and you can click like, you know, do you want to double it, triple it, quadruple it, quintuple it, whatever, sextuple it. My brain doesn't go farther than that. But it, ta-da! Ta-da! Okay, you are now. The Soappup was like, I'm not a moderator on YouTube. Now you are. See how quick that was? See, like now that I have the mod view up, we can do it. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, I when I printed this recipe out, I already like doubled it. So as I was panicking a few minutes ago, I was like, oh no, I need 8 apples. Oh no, I don't, because I doubled the recipe. I want to make 4 batches, but functionally I'm only making 2. I'm making this recipe 2 times. So I'm not doubling this. If I double this, that means I'm making 8 batches of cookies. I have to keep that in mind. That is actually going to be a challenge to keep in mind. We're wearing the hat. Don't make me point to the hat. Don't make me point to the hat. Catalina, this recipe is in Discord. This one is in the cookie chat channel, where all cookie recipes live at some point. Every cookie we've ever done in Cookie Club is in that channel somewhere, unless I cooked it out of a cookbook, in which case it's possibly still also in there, because I probably looked it up on the internet and posted it. What does the oven have to be at for this? Preheat the oven to 350. Got it. Forum posts. I agree. The food picture channel in our Discord is a forum post. Hey, Lil Mac, who resubscribed 20 minutes ago, and I don't think I said anything, but Lil Mac, I appreciate you and your tier 3 subscription. Tier 3 subscribers get cookies every month. Every month. And not Lil Mac, I addressed your box yesterday. I have it. It's ready to go. It is ready. Okay. We're making 2 individual. We're not doubling anything. We do not need to do math today. We're just going to make this version twice. Correct? No, I'm going to double it for sorry, I am doubling it. I lied and I'm sorry. We are doubling it for the apples because I'm only doing the apples one time. We're going to cook all the apples at once in one big Dutch oven, and then we'll take half of them and we'll separate them once I've got, you know, once it's like finished, we'll take half and separate them out. Cool. For the cookies, we are not doubling the cookie recipe. Let me, I'm like looking at this. A cup of butter, half a cup of dark brown sugar, half a cup of golden sugar, which we're using granulated sugar. We're using white sugar. Golden sugar is like a less processed version of granulated sugar. So I couldn't find it in the store. I couldn't find it at Reading Terminal. I asked the people at the Head Nut at Reading Terminal, which is like the bulk dry goods shopping place. So I was like, do y'all have any golden sugar? And they were like, what is that? And I was like, that's a no. 2 large eggs at room temperature, 2 teaspoons of vanilla extract. My eggs are already out on the counter. My butter that needs to be at room temperature is already out on the counter. So, 2.5 cups of all-purpose flour, 2 teaspoons of cornstarch, a teaspoon of baking soda, half teaspoon of baking powder, 4 teaspoons cinnamon, 2 teaspoons nutmeg, half teaspoon salt. That's for the cookies. For the vanilla drizzle, we're gonna get to that later because all the cookies have to be made first before I make the drizzle. We're gonna make the cookies. We're gonna make all the cookies because all the cookies have to cool completely before you can put the drizzle in them. The note on the recipe says, cool cookies completely before icing. Allow the cookies to cool fully before adding the icing. If they're even slightly warm, the icing will melt into the surface instead of setting as a clean white layer on top. So it also says that instead of doing glaze on here, you could do cinnamon and sugar. And I'm debating whether or not I want to do that because the glaze is going to, I think, potentially be a problem with the vacuum packing. Because it's a glaze, it sits on top. When I vacuum seal them, I might just have to vacuum seal them a little bit looser this time, which I think would also be fine. I think yellow sugar is golden. Yeah, sugar in the raw or turbinado. Velos, I looked up, of course I went to the internet and was like, tell me your secrets about the golden sugar. And it is in fact a specific type of sugar. So it is, golden sugar is in fact like a thing you can buy, just like Domino golden sugar is a real thing. But the internet said if you want to do like a substitution, you can do half brown sugar and half regular sugar. You can do regular sugar and mix in a little bit of molasses. And then other recipes were just like, it's just white sugar, just use white sugar. This recipe also had a note on it about using... there was some other note somewhere in like the head notes that talked about doing it was like use more white sugar than brown sugar if you want them to be complete or not complete, crispier. They were like, use more white sugar if you want them to be crispy, use brown sugar if you want them to be chewy. So I think this recipe has a few options for variation that you can totally do. And I am just going to use white sugar instead of using brown sugar. Because the internet let me know that basically, if you don't have golden sugar, just like use white sugar and it's probably okay. So I'm doing that instead of trying to mix in molasses or trying to create a ratio of sugars or whatever. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to get our apples out, and then, we're going to get our apples out and then play a game of Words on Stream. Excuse me. During Words on Stream, we're going to run a 3-minute ad on Twitch. And then when we come back, we're going to peel. It says to peel the apples. I don't want to peel the apples, y'all. Do I have to peel the apples? I don't think I do. I really don't think I do. I hate peeling apples. I think they are better. I think they're always better with the skins on, but it says to peel them. Maybe we will. I don't love it. Regardless, we're going to dice and cook the apples and then make the dough. That'll be in the next segment of stream. But let's get the apples out first. I panicked here because I thought I would need 8 apples. I don't. I really just need 4 plus 2. Not plus 2. I have 2. Each of these recipes says I need 2 apples, so we're going to, we are making this recipe twice, which means I only need 4. I kind of forgot that I doubled it, and I just had this moment of panic earlier, and I'm still getting over it. Sorry. Okay, but we have an extra apple too, which is nice. Okay, and then as far as the peeling goes, I don't know. I really don't want to peel them. Is there a compelling reason to peel these apples? It didn't give me, it didn't give me the overall option not to, and the recipe said nothing about peeling versus not peeling. It just calls for peeling them. So I don't know. Black sugar, known as kokotu in Japan, is traditional unrefined cane sugar known for its deep, complex flavor profile. Rich caramel and molasses notes with a hint of smoke. You slowly boil the sugar cane several hours, allow the resulting thick syrup to cool and harden into blocks or powder. And then I'm assuming if you want it more refined than that, you then grind it up. Interesting. Tucson, what would you use that for? I mean, I'm assuming you could use it in any. I'm assuming you could use it anywhere that you use like regular sugar. That'd be my guess. I think most sugars like that. It just changes the flavor profile, obviously. Okay, let's take a little. Let's take a little quick break here. We're going to play a game of words on stream. And then we're going to be back in a few moments. Camille, enjoy your workout. I hope it's a good one. I hope you find the motivation that you're looking for. I find like actually starting working out to be really hard, and then once I start, it's really enjoyable. Popular sweetener for beverages and coffee. A remedy for fatigue, a spoonful of sugar. I've heard this before. That's a Mary Pop. That's very like, it's a Mary Poppins vibe. Okay, we're gonna run a quick words on stream break, and we'll be back in just a few moments here. We're gonna run a 3-minute ad on Twitch. If you don't like the ads, you can hear me chat through them on YouTube, or you can subscribe. Okay. All right, we'll be right back.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
And I think I'll play words on stream this time because I don't have anything else that I need to do. Oldie. That's a good one. Lobed. The D. There's got to be another D word. So I'm gonna steal that one. Lobe. Lied. Lied is definitely a word. Oh, okay. I can type that one. I think are you just saying doobie or dobby? Okay. We got one more here. Time for one more. Yes. Bacon. Cold. Only. All right. Just a few more seconds and we'll be finished with this and we'll get back to it. It's over. Hey, if you're on Twitch, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. During the little break, we always have a little break to do a few ads and play a game of words on the stream. During that time, we'll be finished here in just a second, and we're gonna get back. I was figuring out whether or not I wanted to peel the apples. I think I might actually peel them just because it's a I don't want the cookies to be too chewy or too, I don't know. I feel like the skin won't cook as in the time that we need. So, because we're only cooking them for a few minutes. Okay. We're finished. And let's come on back over here now. Those were tough, Dan. I agree with you. Sometimes words is very forgiving, and sometimes words is just like, no, you don't get to have fun today. Let me wash my hands again, but maybe the next ones will be easier, and we'll see what happens then. We'll see what happens then. All right. Peeled, cored, and small diced. So let's just do that with the apples first. I'm gonna get a bowl out to put the apples in. Diced. And what knife do I want to use to dice these? Let's use the big knife. That will be better. Peeling an apple. I haven't peeled anything in a long time. Do I even have, where's my peeler? There it is. I don't peel things very often. We're going to use Granny Smith apples today, the green ones, because one of the notes on the recipe said that if you use obviously different types of apples produce different flavors, and they're saying that tart apples are good for this because they're otherwise kind of sweet. So I like the idea of using a Granny Smith apple because it is tart. We're also going to make, not today, but tomorrow on stream, we're going to do an apple bread, and I got different apples for that because I want a different flavor profile for the bread. And I panicked, thinking I didn't have enough apples at the beginning of stream, and then I was like, oh, I'm just gonna use some of the apples for tomorrow on stream today, and then I'll have to go get more. I don't. So that's nice. Chapstick Queen, hello, welcome. Good to see you. Welcome in. So we are peeling the apples today. We're going to do, what can I do with the peels? I'm wondering if those would go well in my stock bag. I don't want to just throw them out. I mean, ultimately I would just compost them is what I would do with them. But I don't wonder if there's anything specific you could do with apple peels that's not a much higher level of effort. Well, could probably put them in the oven and like roast them low and make like apple skin jerky or something. I'm sure there's some recipe for that. But I don't want to do that because I'm using the oven to bake cookies in today. So I don't really have the capacity to put the oven on low. Could make tea. Tardis, hello, welcome. Tea would be nice. Probably just put them in the compost, honestly, because I don't really want to. I'm not going to make something separately today. Yeah, dehydrator. I think that's where my head was at when I was thinking about doing them in the oven, like on low, like making a jerky of some kind out of them. Okay, let's peel these. It says to core them, but I'm just going to cut the cores out with a knife because I don't think it's necessary to use an apple core. It's always using the apple core always is a little bit like, I don't know. I feel like it's just, it like never gets everything. I do not have a dehydrator. Dehydrator would be fun. I feel like if I had a dehydrator, I'd probably make chips all the time. Yeah, Chapstick Queen, thank you. I try not to, I mean, if it's food related, it either goes in the compost or it goes in the stock bag. It's why I don't usually love peeling apples either, or peeling anything. Because, like, you know, you peel the potato and then what do you do with the skin, right? Like, you compost it, which is nice, and it obviously goes somewhere useful and productive, and it's not wasted per se. But in this instance, I'm just going with my gut that says, listen, like, you don't want the peel being a sort of sticky. I don't want the peel to have a different texture. I don't want to add the texture of the peel into the apple or into the cookie, I should say. That's kind of where my head is at, is like adding that in doesn't really feel great. You know what I'm thinking I could do with this? I could make like a simple syrup out of these and just throw like a bunch of sugar and some water in a pan and kind of boil for a little bit and like just boil them off a bit, and then I could throw the cores in there too, and then take the syrup. The end result, it will be like an apple, like a sweet tart simple syrup, and then I can throw like the remains into the compost, like the remains of that. So I think I'm going to do that. That sounds good, because then I can use that for like beverages and such. Maybe I could put that in the drizzle. I could put like a little bit of it in the drizzle for the topping. Probably not, though. Probably not. because then it would, that's like a weird textural difference. Okay, yeah, let's do that. I'm just gonna get the seeds out of here before I do that though, so that they're not, I'm not like boiling off the bitterness of the seeds, because that's also something that I can do on the stove. It doesn't take much additional time out of my available time in the kitchen today, and it will end up being something. I'm still gonna compost these, but it'll end up being something kind of additionally nice to have around. And I'm gonna do trip prep tomorrow. So I have a big trip this week with a bunch of friends, and I'm making lots and lots of food for that tomorrow. And this is something maybe I could just bring with me and have kind of available for whoever wants to use it creatively in some sort of like cocktail or some nonsense like that. They're always into, this is the trip where folks kind of get into, not get into, where there's a lot of sort of just like eating and drinking that happens. Not the drinking on my end, but in general. So maybe a little simple syrup would be nice. Cool. All right, I'm just gonna pop that in here and cover it with water. I'll add like a cup of sugar to that, and then just simmer it on the stove while stream is happening. And at some point I'll remember that it's there, and we'll stir it, and that'll be that. All right. There's no like formal simple syrup process that I follow. I just kind of heat the thing up slowly, and then there it is. Okay, these apples are ready to go. Let's put this. I don't want to get my compost bin out right now, so we're just going to pop these in a little container. Okay, we're going to small dice these apples now. And it said the smaller the better, because then they incorporate better into the cookies. So we're going to do some small pieces here. And they'll also cook down a little bit, so it will be, you know, I'm not cutting them into like teeny tiny dice, but I am going to cut them relatively small to start. And we cut up 4 apples. So we're quadrupling the original recipe. The one that I have that I'm looking at is a double batch of the original. So each batch that I'm making, I'm going to do 2 batches today of dough. I'm doing all the apples at once, but each dough batch that I'm making is itself a double batch. Chapstick Queen. I haven't thought about that song in a long time. You ever try to cut up an apple with a plastic knife? Or just like try to use a plastic knife for anything? I realize you didn't say plastic knife, but they're always so useless. Plastic knives are great for a very few specific purposes. One of them is peanut butter, because it like slides off the knife easier somehow. Okay, so let's get these apples start getting these into the bowl. All right.
ramen, would that be intruding on your stream?
If you made ramen, is that intruding on my stream? Calvin wants to know. When you say if I made ramen, what does that mean? Please define what making ramen looks like to you. If you put that in the microwave, no, that's not intruding at all. If you were to get up here on the counter and start like using a cutting board to cut things up and make broth, then yes, that would be intrusive. Where did you get that, by the way?
The corner store yesterday.
Oh, okay.
I got two, so I had a shrimp one yesterday, and this one is beef.
Okay.
And you got Misha for the spaghetti and meatballs. He's a little
That's
sleepy.
boiled.
Great.
Spaghetti and meatballs. That's boiled.
Is that an official song?
It was so
No,
that you could remember it.
Yeah, I was saying
Oh.
that over and over and over.
Okay. Yeah, you can microwave a bowl of ramen.
I do forget in.
Yeah, that's fine. Just watch out because there's something on the stove and the oven is also on.
Okay.
So, like, there's heat underneath of the microwave. Okay.
Dude, a plastic bowl in your microwave.
Yes. I thought maybe you'd like found a ramen recipe on the internet or something.
No.
Okay.
No, they're microwavable ramen.
Just microwavable ramen. What kind is that? Is it spicy?
This one is beef.
Beef? Is it spicy?
I don't see if it is.
I feel like if it was spicy, it would have like a lot. It would be super clear that it was like spicy. I feel like those microwave ramen bowls are always like advertising their heat.
Yeah. Okay. So what do I do for it?
Yeah, Boris says going through the rigmarole of making good proper ramen with ingredients from scratch over the course of a few streams. Yeah, when he was like, is it going to intrude if I make ramen? That was what came to mind. Was the like
What?
getting like building a broth on the stove over the course of a couple hours.
No. That is not what I.
No, he's talking about a plastic thing that you put in the microwave for a couple minutes. So much less intrusive. Yes, please feel free to make yourself some ramen. Do y'all prefer the bowls or do you do the for the ramen eaters? Do you have like a favorite type? I remember we used to get the square blocks of ramen with the noodles that you dropped in. Those are always, I kind of loved those. There's a bunch of recipes I think my mom made when I was younger that there was like, these are like 90s recipes that were like Asian salad. And the only thing that was Asian about it was that they called for like crumbled up dried ramen noodles. There was.
Is this at room temperature? Is this?
Yeah, it's fine. Any temperature water, it's fine.
Okay.
What they mean is not out of a hot kettle. I mean, people keep their rooms at different temperatures. As long as it's not boiling or super cold, you're fine. And you're putting it in the microwave, so it really, really doesn't matter all that much.
Yeah.
Okay. The Soflo says those salads are good though. Yeah, I mean, it's just funny. Those ramen packets, the square ramen packets.
Microwave.
I
assume it means microwave on high.
I'm like, what? Probably, yeah.
It says microwave for 3 minutes.
Yeah. If it doesn't tell you specifically a temperature, then that just means like yeah. You just press the 3-minute button.
I'm gonna move this thing really quick.
Okay.
No, make sure that I don't die while I'm doing it.
Okay. There's square packets of ramen. I used to eat those a lot. I remember we're getting them in bulk from the store, like the 12 packs of ramen.
You're talking about?
Yeah, the ones that we've had in the house before, they're like
Yeah.
in a little cube almost.
Yeah.
A packet ramen restaurant. That's fascinating.
What? Did you say nasty?
No, I said fascinating.
Oh, I thought you said nasty, and I was about to say, that sounds good.
Okay.
I like a packet ramen.
Okay, am I using a knife again for this? No. Not cutting anything else up. I mean, I might cut some butter, but that's it. Okay, I'm actually finished with the cutting board too. Perfect. Okay, let's move this off the counter. Take my little scrap bowl. Wash my hands again, and then we're going to get started with cooking the apples on the stove. It says about 4 to 5 minutes for cooking the apples, so it should be pretty easy. It might take a little longer than that because I'm using more apples than what the recipe calls for, or the volume of apples is higher. That's what I mean to say. Okay. I'm gonna move this to the back. Move this my simple syrup apple situation to the back, and then we'll put the Dutch oven here. We'll use the Dutch oven for this. It says in a skillet, but this skillet is probably not. I don't want to use a skillet. It won't be big enough. In a small skillet over medium heat. Well, we have 4 times the number of apples that it's supposed to be. So in a small skillet over medium heat, melt the butter. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Just
No?
no.
Okay.
Melt the butter. How much butter? I am doubling my butter, so I need 2. It says 8 tablespoons is 1 recipe, so I need 2 sticks. Melt the butter. Add the apples, brown sugar, and cinnamon. Okay, so let's just get the butter melting started. Get the butter melting started, and we'll put the camera on here too, so we can see it. Or if you have a good ramen variety. I've never actually made ramen. I've never made a homemade type of ramen. I've made plenty of like what he's doing right now with the ramen packets and that kind of thing, but that's not really what we mean. Go ahead. I'm waiting for you to finish with that so I can start on the stove here. Good? Is it hot enough? It's steaming, but that doesn't mean that it's maybe completely heated through.
No, it is definitely
Is it?
heated.
Okay. Good.
I'm gonna.
Yep. Okay. Give it a stir and then take that elsewhere.
Yeah.
Medium heat, it says. Okay, so we're at medium heat. We're melting the butter. Then we're going to add the apples, brown sugar, and cinnamon. So I have all my other ingredients ready to go. This is the sort of like
Should I put the candle back
dream
on?
magic situation. The candle's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Brown sugar and cinnamon. So I'm doubling these 2 things. I'm trying to keep all my math straight here. Once we're finished with this, the cookie part will be easy because we just make 1 recipe. How much brown sugar? 4 tablespoons brown sugar. Okay. So I am going to measure this with a tablespoon measure and not by weight. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we're adding the cinnamon at the same time. So I can just put the cinnamon right into the brown sugar. I need 2 teaspoons of that. No, 4 teaspoons of that. That's a lot of cinnamon. It's a pretty solid amount of cinnamon. 1,
How much did you stir it yesterday?
2,
Probably just what you did.
3,
So like this.
4.
Because it looks like it's.
Boris, what were you on the ramen train about? Is this a current fascination, a long-term fascination? It sounds like you've been doing some research.
Then the fill line.
Melt the butter, add the apple spun sugar, cinnamon, cook 4 to 5 minutes until soft and lightly caramelized, remove from the heat and let cool completely. Okay, so once I'm finished this, I'm going to put these in a colander. I'm going to put the colander over top of a bowl, just so that it can drip into something. And that way it'll be, if I want the liquid from it,
Okay.
I can put, you know what I can do with the liquid that drips off the apples? I can put it into that simple syrup pot. That's what I can do with it. So we're not wasting it. Okay, let's take a look over at the stove here.
Bye, Dad. Love you.
Love you too. What are you up to now?
I'm not so thinking about that.
Okay.
My Roblox time with this one.
Your Roblox time is up? Okay.
Yeah, that's one.
Okay. All right. Goulash. Goulash is I always find goulash to be a funny name for a food. It always sounds so, like unsavory somehow. But it's not. Obviously, it's delicious. All right, so this is almost melted here. Once we're melted, we'll throw the apples in here. I am going to put the apples in. When I put the apples in, I'm going to turn this up just a little bit. Ghoulish. Yeah, that's so fluff. I see what you did there. It does. It sounds like, I don't know, goulash just sounds, and I know this is just like me thinking about the word from my like English-centric perspective. It doesn't sound appetizing. That's the word. That's the word I'm searching for. All right, apples are added. It says 4 to 5 minutes, so let's mix that in. We'll mix the sugar in, and then we'll start the sugar and cinnamon and sugar, and then we'll start the timer. That is, what is that a piece of? That is just a, oh, that was a piece of apple. It was just a weird shape. I thought it was a piece of the butter, like the paper from the butter. It was just a really thin piece of apple. All right, so this is incorporated. I'm turning this up just a little bit because there's a lot more volume in the pan than what they're anticipating. And I'm going to set a timer for 4 minutes here and hit start. So I want soft and lightly caramelized is the vibe that we're looking for here. So I'm turning this up just a touch. And we're starting to get some bubbling in here. So that's good. I'm going to turn it down now just a little bit. I wanted to get it hot. I wanted to like bring it up to heat. Okay, so I turned it up and it came up to temp. And now it's got a little bubbling happening. So we're doing good. We're gonna let this sit for a few minutes. I'll probably stir it once or twice. And then the dough does not need to rest here. We're not doing anything separately with the dough. In a large bowl, cream the butter with the brown sugar and granulated sugar. Add the egg and vanilla extract. Combine the dry ingredients. Whisk together the flour, cornstarch, baking soda, baking powder, cinnamon, nutmeg, and salt. Gradually fold into the wet mixture. Then you fold in the apples. Okay, so here's what I would say. We're gonna take the apples. Once they are cooked, I'm going to put them in the colander to drain, and then I'm going to put them in the refrigerator to cool. Because it does say that they need to cool all the way before we can add them. And the next couple steps here seem really straightforward in terms of what needs to happen. So what I might actually do is instead of, I have an idea. We're gonna make the dough, and then we're gonna make the dough again. And then we're gonna add all of the apples into a double batch of dough. That'll give the apples time to cool. It'll give me time to make 2 batches. In the time it takes for the 2 batches of dough to be made, the apples will have more time to cool, and we'll also be able to put the apples. I won't need to separate the apples into halves. We'll have a better, like, I can just take the apples and fold them into the dough without having to measure any apple differences. So that's ideal, because the step after that is to shape the cookies. So once that, I think that's what we'll do. We'll make both batches of dough. Okay, we did it. That is the thought here, because if I need to measure the apple weight differences, that's going to be annoying. Okay, this is caramelizing a little bit more, which is great. Chapstick Queen, this would be great for that exact purpose. This would be wonderful for exactly what you just described. Putting it over ice cream, putting it in a crumble, eating it directly would be ideal. And is this even the right color? I want to adjust the white balance, so like, bear with for a moment. That right there is about the actual color of that. And I'm giving this another like minute. Actually, I'm giving it 2. I set the timer for 2 because this was a higher volume than a single batch. This is 4 times as many apples as is in the original recipe. So I'm kind of giving it a little bit more time just to caramelize. I don't want it to burn, obviously, but I do want it to have the chance to finish before I put it in a colander. How many different types of cookies would I have made for Cookie Club? Well, we just passed the 2-year anniversary of Cookie Club, I think. I think it was 2. God, was it 3 years? I don't even remember. So it's either 35 or 23. Because I've only repeated cookies one time. The only repeat cookies we had ever were actually last month. The reason that we repeated them last month was because we did a special for Lisa at the post office, who told me what her favorite cookie from Cookie Club ever was, and she's had all of them. So she would know. And our government workers are working really hard right now. So I felt inclined to make that cookie twice. I don't love the idea of like going back and making the same cookie again, but that one was doubled. So I say it's either 35 or 23 because it's just 2 or 3 years minus 1. We could go back in the Cookie Club channel and look, like, when did I actually... Okay, Cookie Club rules. So 2023. Okay, so 2 years. 2 years. Because I posted the rules in... The first draft of the rules post was August of 2023. All right, these are almost there. Fellas, I know. Honestly, it feels like a failure on my part that I didn't keep a list of every single Cookie Club recipe. And it really, truly, it does. Because I don't have... I know who won each month. The only list I have is a list of people who won each month. I do not have the actual cookie that I sent out. There was one point where I went back and like compiled that list, and it was mostly accurate, I think. But it's not up to date anymore. I updated it once and then didn't. I went through and compiled that list one time and then did not compile it again. Tardis, how did your pumpkin soup turn out? What would you do differently? I do keep a list of my list. No, Velas, honestly, it surprises me too that I didn't keep a list. All right, I'm trying one of these apples. Okay, those are soft and ready to go. There's a lot of caramelization that has happened in here. I'm going to turn this off. Less ginger. That's reasonable. Ginger is super powerful. Did you use fresh or ginger powder? I made pumpkin pasta last night. The pumpkin pasta that I have a recipe for, I made my recipe for it last night. It was actually kind of cool. You know, it was really weird. I had a weird moment of having so I made if you click the link, the recipe link there, the one that's the pumpkin pasta, I made that last night, and I had this weird moment of like, how did I make this again? Because Calvin was like, I loved it and it was good, and I was like, oh cool, like, well, I'll definitely make that again, easy. And then I was like, wait, I don't actually. remember how I made this pumpkin pasta. And I started making it. I started making it last night. And then I was like, oh shoot, I don't have the right cheese for this. So I had to like substitute something in my own recipe. But I completely forgot that I baked it. Like literally, I was like at the end, I got to the end of the recipe and I was like, wait a second, I baked this? Oh, that's why all of the cheese was melted. So anyway, I was glad that I had a recipe for it because I made it again and it was really good. Okay, we're gonna take these caramelized apples and put them in a colander, and then I'm just gonna put the colander in this bowl. That way, any of the stuff that drips out just goes into the bowl and not into nothing. Because this is also very, what's the word? It's very liquidy. And so it's going to drain a little bit, but I'm hoping sort of as it cools, it doesn't, all the caramel doesn't sink out of here. But it does say to pour off the accumulated liquid. Fold the cooled apple mixture into the dough without the excess juices from the pan. So I figure I can just put it in a colander and that'll be better than leaving it in the pan. Anyway, Purple Unity, welcome in. Crispy bacon bits on top, Tardis bacon. I mean, that sounds good to me. I'm into that idea. Chapstick Queen and Advent calendar. That could be really fun. That could be really fun, actually. An Advent calendar. Oh my god. That would be fascinating. I need a different bowl for this. This bowl is... I forgot that this bowl is square. I didn't forget. I just didn't consider that the calendar, like, shit. No, I gotta use an actual, like, kitchen bowl meant for cooking. Hold on. We'll do this. We got it. We got it. There. That's what I want. I'm like, nothing is sitting in here right. Like, right, because none of these are designed to hold the bottom of a colander. Got it. Okay. Let's pour this into here. We gotta, hold on. We're gonna scrape this, but it's also hot. So just get this, there we go. I'm gonna hold this differently. Okay. Man, those cooked down pretty well. Okay, I'm going to take this and put it in the refrigerator. I'm kind of spreading it out on the side of the colander so that it cools quicker. How much is draining off of that? That's quite a bit of drainage off of that. Okay, that's fine though. And we're going to pop this directly into the refrigerator so that so that it cools quicker. Y'all, next month for Cookie Club, we're phoning it in. We're phoning it in. Gwen was like, you know what I really want? I really want those cookies that you just slice off a log and bake. So these are also in the house. Lest you think that everything here is homemade and special. It's not. Okay, so we'll let those apples cool in there for a while we make 2 batches of dough. And then, much like we did last month, we'll just take the dough and put it in the bigger bowl, and we'll do 1 batch, and then we'll just turn right around and do a second batch, and then I'll combine those 2 into the bigger bowl, and then we'll fold the apples in and bake. And again, it says that they need to cool off completely before being iced. So what we'll do is we'll bake, and then we'll do yeah, 2 things need to cool in this recipe. One step is after step 1, and that's the apples. So we're going to give those enough time to cool down while the dough is being made. And then while I'm going to finish baking the cookies, and we'll finish baking the cookies completely. Then we'll make the icing. And when the icing is, I'm not going to make the icing while I'm baking the cookies, I think is the important point here, so that while I'm making the icing, the cookies have time to cool. Although the icing takes, according to the directions, like 45 seconds to make. So the icing says, what are the directions? Whisk together the powdered sugar, milk, and vanilla until smooth. Drizzle over the cooled cookies using a spoon or a piping bag. Okay, so that's easy. It says that the reason you want to let them cool is to allow for the icing to sit on top. So if you've ever had an apple fritter, one of the neat parts about the apple fritter is sort of it's like glazed on the top of the thing. And the glaze is like on there. Like if you get an apple fritter, sometimes you'll be eating it and the glaze sort of like peels off. That's kind of a cool thing. So it's that's kind of what we're going for. I'm worried about the glaze in the vacuum sealed bags, but honestly, if some of it peels off, like in the bag, like I can't help that. We're gonna seal them with a little less pressure this time, so that they hopefully don't it doesn't like completely rip the glaze off the outside of them. Anyway, Lomac, the apple mixture is looking good. I definitely agree with you. And we are going to stir it at least once while it's in the fridge. So between batches of dough, we'll stir the apples so that they are circulating, because I do want them to cool down. That's obviously the goal. Ray, welcome in. Good to have you. How many cookies do you send to each winner? 2. 2, depending on the cookies. Sometimes 3. At most, I've sent 4. We had 1 month where I made little tiny like thumbprint style cookies, and on that month I sent 4. There's been a couple months where I think I've sent 3 when they were like relatively small cookies, but usually we try for 2 larger size cookies. They're not massive. They're not your like, wagon wheel cookie. They're not like huge, thick, giant cookies, but they're enough. They're sizable. They fit in a box. Like they're just. I'm limited by the size of the box, essentially. But everybody gets 2. This month we're going for 2. That's the goal. Okay, let's get my mixer out, because we want to mix together. We're going to do this in the mixer. And then we'll get the mixer out. We'll read through what I actually need to do. And then we're going to take a quick break for words on stream and a 3-minute ad on Twitch. And then we'll make the dough. All right, before I do that though, we have a candle. We have a candle burning on the counter. I need to move this pumpkin because this is going to get in. This is going to quickly get in the way. Because we have, this is the cooling area on this side. We need to be able to move stuff there to cool off. Lomax says I'm casting this from a 55-inch TV. I'm huge. Damn. That's what I do. I mostly when I'm watching Twitch at night, I will be watching it like on the TV, which is often why I don't chat, because I'm just like observing. Like it's just something that's there. I'm watching it on, yeah, I'm watching it on TV. That's cool. One of the things that that I can see in data from the stream is that what platform people are watching things on, which I think is kind of cool. If you're casting something, it still says you're watching it on the operating system. Like when folks are watching things on like an Apple TV or something, you can see that, which is pretty neat. Okay, I'm gonna add, what we're looking at here is the simple syrup that I'm making from the apple peels and cores. So I'm gonna add some sugar to this right now. I'm not making the simple syrup for anything specific, so this isn't for Cookie Club. This is just to make it because I don't want to waste all of the, because I didn't want to waste all of the apples. All right, so I just added a cup of sugar to that. And let's give that another stir. So I'm gonna let this, I'm just gonna continue to let this like steam and reduce. I'm not boiling it. This is at a low, pretty low temperature. I kind of want it to be a little bit higher temp than that, but I'm gonna add one more half a cup of sugar. And then that should be, I think that should probably be, that should probably do it for this. But this is just going to continue to cook down until we have maybe like 2 cups of liquid left in here, minus the solids. And then I mentioned maybe wanting to put the drained material from my apples in here, so we might do that as well. We'll see. All right, how's the heat coming on this camera? Good. From the oven is good. Yeah, that camera has strong likelihood of overheating if it's too close to either the stove or to the burner. Fun stuff. Okay, let's read this recipe. So in a large bowl, we want to cream together the butter and both sugars. Then we're adding the egg and vanilla and mixing that. While that's happening, we're combining, or whatever, in a separate bowl, whisk together the flour, cornstarch, baking soda, baking powder, cinnamon, nutmeg, and salt. So all the dry ingredients go in a separate bowl. Then we fold it into the wet mixture. So we do that. Then we're going to put that mix into a much larger bowl and do that again. So that's the goal. Then we fold in the apples. Gently fold in the cooled apple mixture without the excess juices from the pan. Warm apples can melt the butter. Well, I mean, like the butter's already been creamed. Whatever. Okay, let's do 2 things. One, I'm gonna stir the apples because they've been in the fridge for a little bit. So we're just gonna like stir them to get the chill off of everything. Then we're gonna take a quick break for words on stream. That's what's next. So let's give these a little stir. And we have here's our apple mixture as it is currently. I still feel some I feel some ambient heat coming off of here, but these are looking good. They're looking caramelized, as they should, because they are. And the liquid from these that isn't sticking to them, we'll take a look. What's in the bowl in the bottom? And I'm kind of thinning these out into a layer, like a thin layer around the colander so that they cool quicker. There we go. And then we've got liquid in here. This would be all of the liquid from the tray. Yeah, the stuff in the bowl is definitely good. It's a mix of apple, that like the juice from the apples, and a mix of that plus like the sugar. So I was thinking I may just put that into that simple syrup that I've got back there, because it's mostly sugar, and what is not sugar is just liquid, so water. So I think that would probably be a nice, just like, instead of just pouring it into the sink or drinking it, like I'm not going to drink it. That seems not great. But I think I could put it into that syrup and it would probably be really tasty. Okay, let's take a quick little break here for words on stream. If you're new to stream, welcome in. Note number one, follows are silent. If you're hanging out and lurking and you're like, I'm going to bounce. There's the ad warning. And you're like, hey, I'm going to bounce because this person's about to run an ad. Hit the follow button. It's silent. There's no alerts. There's no chat messages. I won't say hi to you. All that happens is you end up following the channel. We run 3 minutes of ads per hour on most stream days so that new folks who join the channel do not have a pre-roll ad. You can go fire up the stream on YouTube. There's a link to that in chat. There are no ads on YouTube. It's not a monetized channel, so there's no advertising there. So you get to hear me ramble during our words and stream break. Or you could subscribe to the channel. If you're not a subscriber and you don't want to subscribe, perhaps you spend a lot of time on Twitch, you could also subscribe to Twitch Turbo. That takes ads off of the entire platform, which is actually kind of nice, I'm not going to lie. So we're going to switch over and run a 3-minute ad on Twitch, and we'll be right back. Here comes a game of words on stream. Ding, 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 ding. Oh my God, that's a lot of words. And we're going to run a 3-minute ad starting in 3, 2, 1, ad.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Oof, God, there's so many letters. There's a word that has more letters than perfume? Oops. What word could possibly have more letters than perfume? Perfumer. God damn it. Shocking. Man, these letters are hard, y'all. These are actually quite difficult. I'm honestly a little bit surprised. I mean, not surprised. It's, you know. Oh, God. Well, this round was a tragedy. It's going to give us the sad sound, isn't it? Yes, it is. It's like, you did bad. You did poorly. Okay. Maybe we'll get one. Oh. What letters are these? Pickaxe, yes. There you go. That's a good one. If you're on Twitch, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. That has concluded, and we are back now. We're going to finish this round of words on stream. We're working through it. It is looking quite dire. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, it's not looking good. Pickaxe was obviously in the moment because you're playing Fortnite. Super. I heard Fortnite is fun. The new Fortnite Simpsons version. I have not played it or seen it myself. Epic indeed. Oh my God. We have had some terrible boards today. And not anyone's fault. The letters have been really difficult to parse out today. I feel we may have some luck coming. Who knows? Okay. Let's make some dough. I'm gonna wash my hands and then we'll get to that. All right, so reminder to self. My recipe is already doubled. I do not need to double anything in the recipe. I just need to make it as is and it will make a double batch. That is important because often I do double the thing. So we can't do that right now. We need to just make it as it is. Make it as it is. Okay, let's get the dry ingredients together first because I feel like that's going to take longer. And then we'll cream the butter and sugar, then we'll mix things in, and then we'll do that all again. And then hopefully, when we're finished that, the apples will be cool enough to put in. The goal is have the apples cooled, not to have, to be fair, the recipe does have it bolded and underlined, cool the apples completely. So we do want it as cool as possible, but the goal is so that it doesn't melt the butter. So I think as long as the apples are, what do they say, room temperature, I think we'll be, dry ingredients: flour, cornstarch, baking soda, baking powder, cinnamon, and nutmeg and salt. Okay, so we have baking powder, baking soda, cornstarch, cinnamon. There it is. Nutmeg. Sugars are going in the mixer. Flour is over here on the table. Darlene on YouTube, welcome in. Hello. Hello. It gives me weights for these too. It gives me weights for these, but I don't trust the weights because when I put them in the first time, when I put the weights, the weight didn't change. For some of them it did. So like for the sugar, it didn't double in some capacity. It gave me two different weights when I adjusted the recipe. So I don't trust the weight on here. So we're gonna weigh one purely level cup of flour, and then we're gonna go off of what that is. Because I don't want to trust the recipe. I want to trust the recipe as it says, like cups and not, but not what it says for weight. I want to trust my own self for weight. So we're just putting the flour in, shaking it. We'll round it off. We'll knock it off. And then 1 cup of flour is 160 grams. So 160 times 2.5 is 400 grams. The recipe says 312. Yeah, so that is, I'm gonna note this myself. Because I noted when I noted, that's the thing that I look for now when you're doing one of those like recipe converter drop downs online, is that sometimes it gives you weird math and it's not great. It's not great. So my pro tip is just measure it yourself and don't always trust exactly what it says. Okay, that's 400 grams. So we're gonna do, so as not to have to measure flour twice, I'm also going to do dry ingredient cup here. So we can do our second round a little quicker. So I want 400 grams of flour into my quart container as well. So we're batch making everything here. Okay, 401, 400 on the nose. Perfect. Okay, see now I can put my flour away because I don't need this for anything else. Do I need this for the vanilla drizzle? No. No. Why would you put flour in icing? Incorrect. Okay. So, 400 grams of flour. 2 teaspoons of corn starch. So we'll do 2 teaspoons of corn starch. Do I have 4 teaspoons in here? I do. 1, 2. And then we'll do 1 and 2 in here as well. Okay. 1 teaspoon of baking soda. So cornstarch is finished. I don't need my second container of cornstarch. I thought I would, but I don't. Baking soda, confirmed. This is baking soda, 1 teaspoon. 1 and 1. Finished with the baking soda. Baking powder, I need 1/2 of a teaspoon. And we're not doubling it, so I really do just need 1/2 of a teaspoon. 1 and 1. 1/2 and 1/2. 4 teaspoons of cinnamon. Sita, welcome in. Did Cookie Club get pulled? It did. We did Cookie Club pull on Thursday of this week. 4 teaspoons of cinnamon. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we'll do 1, 2, 3, and 4 teaspoons of cinnamon. Finished with the cinnamon. And then 2 teaspoons of nutmeg per. 1, 2, 1, 2. Beautiful. And then 1/2 teaspoon of salt. Half a teaspoon of salt. I'm gonna pour this over top of a little bowl. Half a teaspoon of salt. Half a teaspoon of salt. All right, our dry ingredients for the dry ingredients are measured. So let's put those away because I don't need them on the counter and I don't want them in the way. And I don't need them. I don't think I need any of these for anything else. So I'm going to put those all back in the cabinet here. Baking soda, baking powder, corn starch. Nutmeg goes down here. Good. Okay, and then this extra salt I can just put into my salt container. There we go. And so we're going to whisk these together. I'm going to also measure out my sugar for the sugar butter mixture. We're going to measure a double amount of sugar also. Okay. So I'm whisking this. Once I've got the once this is mixed, I think I'll just whisk. I'll dump the dry ingredients from here into the big bowl so I can combine them, because they're not going to combine very well in that quart container. Okay, and where's my towel? Counter towel. There's the counter towel. Okay, good. Let's get the sugars together. So we're going to do the butter and sugar all at separate times too. So we need 1 cup of unsalted butter. That's 2 sticks of butter. 1/2 cup of dark brown sugar and 1/2 cup of regular sugar. So let's just do our regular sugar first. So 1/2 a cup. And then we'll get the other half measured out into a quart container. There's my regular sugar. And I'm still going to need this powdered sugar. No, I'm not. Okay, so we can put the sugar away in a moment. And then we have dark brown sugar. 1/2 cup of dark brown sugar. I'm going to mix these in the bowl. And then we'll dump this into the bowl for round 2 in just a moment. Okay, sugars have been measured. I can put my sugar away. Great. All right, so round number 1 is ready right here. Round number 2 is ready to go on the side here. And we give these apples a stir again. Because again, we're trying to cool these apples down as quickly as possible. Not quickly necessarily, but we're trying to cool these apples down efficiently is the word I'm searching for. So I'm going to give these another stir. When I hover my hand a little, like an inch or two over here, I'm not feeling any residual heat on these anymore, which is amazing. And that's definitely a good thing. Again, we're just going to put these up the sides of the colander so that they're in as thin a layer as possible. We're going to let them continue draining and cooling down. I'm going to leave that spoon right there because I keep getting a new spoon. But let me taste, first off, let me taste these and see how they are. Fellas, I was just about to ask. I wonder if the timeout for the don't push the button should be longer. I feel like it should be longer somehow. Not somehow. I feel like it should be longer. End of sentence. Okay, I'll wash my hands again. My apples on my stove are simmering away. Which is nice. I'm actually going to turn it down a little bit. But I want this to reduce quite a bit. So we're just going to let these continue to simmer back here. There's no reason to do anything. TARDIS, maybe it gets longer the more often you use it. Oh, that's a great idea. And is that possible? Yeah, that is actually easy to do. I don't want to get too in the weeds and set it up right now, but what that would, if I wanted it to do that, I would have to add a variable in StreamerBot that is like, I could call the variable like buttons pushed or push buttons pushed. I could call the variable whatever I wanted to. And then every time someone pushes it, you add to that variable and it stores it in a database. So then when you push it again, it checks the variable. It checks the buttons pushed. And, you know, if 0, then timeout for 2 minutes. If 1, timeout for 5. If 2, timeout for 10, 3, 15, whatever. So yeah, it's easily, like that would be easy to do. And I actually would know how to do that. It's just creating a database value for how many times you push the button, because Twitch doesn't actually keep track of that on its own. If it's a variable that Twitch tracks, I don't need to create a database value for it. I can just track it. Kind of like watch time and follow age. Those are variables that Twitch actually shares. So when you do like command follow age in chat or command watch time, that's pinging Twitch directly, not the bot itself. Apex Pulse, enjoy your timeout. How do I get timed out? I think you figured it out. Okay. In a large bowl, cream slightly firm butter with brown sugar and granulated sugar until combined, but not fluffy. Okay, so we need 1 cup of unsalted butter, which is 2 sticks. 8 tablespoons equals a half cup. Okay, 2 sticks. Yes. Oh, the follow age command likes to do it twice. That's cool. Why is it serving that twice? That's weird. That's weird. That's why I created that stream dump command, so that I can just like do that and then I'll remember it. Because I don't want to go to Discord right now to like type that into Discord. I want to just put it in chat. Anyway. Okay. Butter, sugar, going in, cream together for 2 minutes until, what does it say? Combined but not fluffy. It does not want it to be fluffy. That's weird. Usually when you cream something together, you want it to be, I mean with butter anyway, you want it to be like lighter. I don't know, whatever. It also doesn't give me a level to put the mixer at, so we're just guessing here. Let's try something. Hey, I did it. I had to fix that timer the other day. I don't know if I forget what stream it was, but it was like a week or 2 ago, and I was like fussing with this timer down here, and I like couldn't get it to work, and it was really annoying. I need to set up, one of the things that I really want to do is put more work into the vertical stream setup, because at some point soon, Twitch is going to start accepting a vertical encoded feed, and I want to be ready for that. I'm already sort of ready for it, but like on the vertical stream, if you're watching on YouTube, like this timer is not there. It's just not there. You can't, it doesn't exist. This gold bar doesn't exist. This thing up here doesn't exist. So there's a lot that doesn't show up on the vertical stream yet. The cameras are all aligned and good, so at least there's that. Okay, we have, yeah, about 45 more seconds here. Add the egg and vanilla extract. So how many eggs? We need 2 eggs and then 2 teaspoons of vanilla extract. So let's get those out. Get my teaspoon over here. Raven, welcome. Hello. Good afternoon. Okay, timer is done. We're gonna add eggs. Actually, let me scrape down the side of the bowl here. No, not a spoon. We're gonna use the small spatula. small spatula, because that gets inside of the mixer easier also. All right. Let's add. Scrape that down. Beautiful. I'm going to find a place to set my. Go. Hold on. Whatever. That's fine. Let me get the eggs. The dad shirt of the day. Down to the colors. Did your dad also buy their flannel shirt at Target 15 years ago? If so, cool. Angry Rook, welcome in. Tidy Whities, welcome in. Good afternoon. 2 eggs. And then 2. Whoa, nope. 2 eggs. Rinse my hands. 2 teaspoons of vanilla extract. It's an old shirt. Yeah, I mean, this is a, this is definitely, we're in, today was a weird temperature day in Philadelphia. It was 16 today, this morning, high of 19, which is like, basically it went from like the high 50s into like the mid 60s. And that's an odd temperature to like exist outside in. So I was wearing something that I could like layer today. I wanted to match the beard. I wanted to match like having some facial hair with like being a little like, I don't know. I'm like dad coded today. I'm also wearing a literal the name of this style hat on Fourth Wall, Command merch, you can buy this exact hat, is dad hat. Ontario, it snowed this morning. Yeah. Welcome to Canada. That sounds not ideal. Add the egg and vanilla extract, mixing until smooth. It also says 2 teaspoons of cinnamon. No, it doesn't. I'm looking at the other thing. Okay. Add the egg and vanilla extract, mix until smooth. Okay, so we're gonna mix this until it is smooth and no longer yolky. 32nd birthday. Okay, so I know for sure I bought this shirt I know I got it from Target. I got it in (2007). It's old. It's definitely old. This shirt is an adult now. It is at least 18, I think. Okay. Combine the dry ingredients, fold into the wet mixture until just combined. Okay, so what we're gonna do with this is I'm gonna scrape down my beater here. We're gonna fold the dry ingredients in. We're gonna put all of that into this the bigger bowl, and then we're going to add, we're just gonna do all of this again. Like, we're gonna do that whole process of creaming the butter and adding the egg and all that. We're gonna do that again. And then we're gonna put all of the dough together in the bigger bowl, and then we'll fold the apples in. And by that time, the apples should be pretty cool. They should be good to go. What I'm not wanting is for the apples to be warm, but they weren't warm last time, and they'll be even colder this time. Okay, so let's take this off. I'm going to put this in the sink. Actually, let me rinse this. I don't need to wash this in this moment. I'm going to. When I'm finished with the bowl, I'll just wash both of these at once, actually. Okay, that'll be good. I need to wash that bowl because I'm going to use it again. I'll just leave that there for now. Okay. Oldest sibling is 31, youngest is 13. Right, so this shirt is definitely older than your youngest sibling. Not as old as your oldest. At least there's that. Okay, we have our dry ingredients. I'm going to fold these in. So I'm going to add these. Add those. And keep that bowl because I want to put the next dry ingredients into that bowl so I can whisk them together. So we're folding this all together. One of 5. Incredible. It's neat to have such a large family. It really is. I am an only child, so I did not have any siblings. And that is such a different experience. That is, it's so wild that you had that many. We have had such different experiences growing up. Fold in the apples. Okay, it said the dough will look a little greasy when the apples are in. Right now it looks very dry, so that's fine. Yeah, Purple Unity says, I can't imagine life as an only child. Yeah, and I can't imagine having had other people in the house. Like, I grew up, my parents, I grew up with, my parents got divorced, so I was like just living in my mom's house. I saw my dad regularly, like he's very involved in my life, but functionally on a day-to-day basis, I was like living with my mom. So I didn't even have a third person in the house. It was weird. Like, yeah. Either all the attention being paid directly to me or zero attention at all. And no in between. Kind of wild, honestly. Okay. We're going to put all of this into the bigger bowl. So this doesn't actually look like a lot. I don't know. This is, oh, I guess I'm going to add all these apples in here too. So that will be good. And I think these cookies are meant to be, they're meant to spread a bit. So they will ultimately be larger. Because once they hit the pan, they will spread. Raven, I love a fun fact. 15 and 12 years older. Yeah, Valos. And that's like, you know, they're sort of, you know, you were functionally, they were around, but they weren't like antagonizing you when you were a kid. They were like adults by the time that you sort of had memories of their existence. John, enjoy your look. I feel like that's the not getting along until you're older. I think I'm watching this bowl, by the way. Sorry. That's why I just like completely stepped away. That's reasonable. I know Gwen has some older siblings who didn't, you know, she like was in the house for a little while and then didn't have like a strong relationship with them because of the age gap until everybody was like out of college and into adulthood. And now she does, though. So, you know, as good a relationship as one can have, I would say. She has the relationship that she wants. Gwen does, I think. Okay, we're washing a bowl because I need to use it again. And I'm not going to put the dough in the refrigerator because it's pretty solid right now. Once I put the apples in, it's going to loosen up a little bit. But right now it's relatively solid, and I don't want it to cool down because then it'll firm up, I believe. Sarah, that's lovely and kind of wonderful. I mean, I feel like that's true of a lot of sibling relationships. It's like once you hit adulthood and you have some separation and you realize that this other person's just like, you know, out in the world trying their best too. That's probably a good thing. Liz, welcome. Thank you for your resub. I appreciate you. 37 months. Oh, that is over 3 years. That is a long time. Welcome in. It's good to see you. I hope you're having a good Sunday. I hope your week ended well, or at least ended at all. And that your weekend has been relaxing. So plus as we hated each other until we were well into adulthood. I think, yeah. I think with Gwen's experience, like they didn't really communicate very much until they were adults. Like in college, you know, she didn't like text her sister. Okay, we're just doing this again. Last one standing, Velo says. You're like the Highlander. Yeah, it is a weird thing. I feel odd sometimes about that. I'm also not super close with my like extended family. I talk to both my parents are alive, and I talk to them with some regularity. Part of the growing up as an only child situation meant that I was also like very independent, and so I don't have a lot of like dependency on like outreach to my family a lot, which is it makes me feel weird sometimes. I'm not really close to them, but it's also like, well, I wasn't then either, so that's also kind of the fact. Raven, that's kind of amazing. Your great-grandfather was a lion tamer for the circus. What sort of like family tales have come out of that? Like what sort of lore, is there any sort of fun, I don't know. Do you have any like hand-me-down stuff? I kind of want to know about the stuff. Was there any swag passed down? Liz, I'm sorry, you forgot stuff at the grocery store. That is so frustrating. That is so frustrating. Forgetting something at the store is so defeating sometimes. You're just like, fuck it, pizza night. All right, let's set a timer for 2 minutes. We're gonna let this one go. Mega drama. Sorry, yeah, and to be clear, I feel like a lot of families have like the one person in the family who's like, if you have like 4 or 5 siblings, I feel like it's normal for there to be like one sibling, maybe 2, that's sort of like not part of the main group chat, you know? They're just like out there in the world. And maybe they're out there in the world on their own, and maybe they're out there because they're like, they don't fit in. Like they don't fit in, you know? Raven, amazing. That's a neat bit of heritage to have and be able to point to. That is interesting. Okay, I panicked earlier. I thought I was going to have to double the recipe that I had written, so I got out extra butter. And now that I know I don't need it, I can put it back in the fridge. There we go. Almost there. Once these cookies are in, once we're in the baking process, it feels like they're going to go really quickly. They only bake, according to the recipe, for 12 to 14 minutes. So should be pretty easy. Okay, timer is complete. Great. Let's scrape down the beater. Add the eggs, add the vanilla, and then mix that in. And we'll combine the dries. So this is a pretty straightforward recipe. I'm always a little skeptical, again, as y'all know, when recipes do not come with weight. This one came with weight, but when I read it, I didn't trust it because when I doubled the recipe, it gave me 2 different weights. So I am going with the what I did today for this was measure the weight of the one cup of flour, and then I just actually measured everything else. I didn't bother doing weights on anything. Wait, that's not the right vanilla. Where's the other vanilla that had vanilla in it? This one was new. I'm low on some ingredients, so I'm not. I got the extras out, but 1, 2. Okay, so I'm done with the vanilla for now. I need the vanilla for the drizzle at the end, so we're going to leave that on the counter. We're going to mix. Hold on, I didn't scrape down the side of the bowl. Okay, there we go. We're going to mix this in until combined. Can you drink vanilla? Oh gosh, it's so tart. Drinking it straight, it's no good. Definitely no good. All right, that is combined. Let's get the beater scraped. I think that is an important thing, Raven. I know you're kind of making light of it, but I do think it's important to, when you're cooking or you're learning to cook, to try ingredients raw. I mean, within if it's safe to do so, just to know, just to have the experience of it. That way, that vanilla is kind of awful, instead of just guessing that it's kind of awful. And put the eggs back in the fridge too. I thought I was going to need more eggs, but I don't. Fantastic. Okay, that's finished. This is finished. I do not need the mixer anymore, so we can actually put the mixer away right now while I'm in the putting away process. Just trying to keep the counters clear. Just a little bit. We're going to need all that space on the counter for drying racks. Okay, so this is, the dry ingredients are whisked. You've drank vanilla thinking it was your water. Okay, that's an awful mistake to make as a 6-year-old. Won't do that again. Okay, I'm gonna fold this in. A drop of red food coloring. Oh yeah, food coloring is not meant to have flavor. It's just, and it's so concentrated. That has to be awful. All right, I've got on the stove here, on the stove in the back here, I have a pot that I'm making simple syrup with. So this is what's simmering away back there on the stove, just for reference. We've got a pot of simple syrup. Now that is not for today. We're not using it for anything. I just didn't want to put the, I didn't want to throw out the pieces of apple core and skin. So I decided to make a syrup out of them. I'm also going to put the liquid that dripped out of the caramelized apples in that pot once it is once we're moving on to the apple section. So this is my dough, and I'm just folding in the dry ingredients to the wet. The final version looks like that. So we're getting there. Lemon, hello. Hello. Robbie, welcome. Hello. All right. We're folding it in. And then once this is combined, we're going to fold all of these in together. And then we'll get the apples out of the fridge and fold those in. Before I do that, though, I'm going to get my trays set up for baking. I'm going to make sure my oven is in the right temperature. I think it is. I turned the oven on before I even started stream today, but I just want to make sure. Okay, so here is our dough. That's right. I did say hi to you earlier. I remember I saw you in chat earlier, but I figured it was a lurk not lurk situation or whatever. I remember saying hi to you earlier, but I figure if you're here, might as well say hi again. Whatever. I'm going to say hi to you twice. Favorite type of cookie to make and give away to people? My favorite type of cookie to make and give away. I don't really have a favorite type necessarily to like that I've make to give away. I do like the giveaway process though. I enjoy. The ones that are simple, I kind of love. Like the ones that have the ones that are like. 2 months ago, we did ones that were really pretty complex, that took like 2 days to make, like 2 separate streams to make. And those were fun. Like I love a project, but I love the ones that are like really straightforward, but have good flavor to them. Like I'm hoping that these are that type of variety because, these are pretty straightforward to make, I would say. I mean, so far my experience making these is that they're really pretty easy. Okay. I'm just I've got like sugar and flour dust on the counter here, so we're gonna wipe the counter and then wipe with a sanitizing wipe. All right. and we'll be ready to go here in a few moments. So I have this dough is ready. Once we do the when we're ready for the icing, I've got that ready to go. I've got my sugar and vanilla. That gets whisked with some milk in a bowl, pretty straightforward. So we're gonna make that while the baked cookies are cooling.
I'm getting the puzzle.
Okay, cool. There's a bunch of them under the table in here too, in the
Oh, yeah.
in all the drawers under here. So if you don't find what you're looking for downstairs, FYI. Talking to Calvin, sorry. Okay, we have our caramelized apples from earlier. These have been in the refrigerator.
How many cookies that are done?
No, Calvin, I do not have any finished cookies yet.
Okay.
I'm not even finished the dough yet, but we're almost there. All right, these look great right now. These are cool. I've now hit the point where they are,
Did you want this to be open?
no.
Okay.
All right, these are cold. So, objective achieved. These are not going to melt the butter when we put them in. No.
Ah.
Yeah, you will not put your hand in here. That is not what's happening. Those are just caramelized apples.
Oh.
Good? Okay.
I thought they were cookie dough bites, so when I put them in my mouth, I was like,
Confused?
these are wrong. But, yeah, well, caramelized apples then.
Doing chores. Well, I hope it was productive. Chores on a Sunday. Classic.
What were you doing?
He thought I was eating cookie dough. He did think I was eating cookie dough. You know, I literally just wiped this counter.
Good.
Not.
Do you want me to get a more difficult one?
One of these is leaking.
Oh, that's one of those? Okay, something was different. Oh, yeah. I think
Okay.
it's this one. This one feels more empty.
Okay. I'm actively wiping the counter. If you're putting those in a glass, can you do that over the sink, please?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
doing that right now. I took that one when you said that.
Okay. Oh. All right.
Why do you look so Republican?
I'm not going to answer that. That's offensive.
To you or to the public?
Go away. The peanut gallery has
I
arrived.
think we're gonna need that puzzle.
Okay. We've wiped the counter
Puzzle
off.
thing.
So like,
I mean, if we're doing
Alright,
a
can I-
puzzle, we'll need the
Excuse
puzzle.
me. All right. Wiping my hands. All right, we are going to take a quick break here before we get started doing this. We're going to take a moment for words on stream. We're going to run 3 minutes worth of ads
yeah,
on
yeah.
Twitch. And I
Oh, that thing.
am going to triage the dishes in the sink because there's a lot of dishes that have built up and I need to put them in the dishwasher. We're finished with the all the bowls and all the measuring implements. I'm not going to wash anything anymore. So we're good with those. When we come back, we're going to add our apples to here. We're going to no, we're gonna prep. Before I run the break, let me actually get out my stuff for baking, because that would be ideal. We got our cookie sheets.
Bye, Dad.
We got our baking mats. It doesn't say anything about baking these. It doesn't say anything about how to bake these. So I'm going to use the silicone pastry mats because I like those the best. I think that they're great for most cookies. They lay flat on the tray, which I love. We've got our trays ready. And new for this month Cookie Club, we have new drying racks, or new wire racks. I got these at Aldi for $6. $6.
For all of that?
$6 for all of these? Yeah, it's $2 each. So, you know. Mod Pro, I'm glad that you enjoy the streams. I enjoy doing them. So, that's lovely to hear. Okay, we got our drying racks. Those are ready. I am setting up. I'm just getting the counter set up. So I've got a whole, like a whole big drying area here. One of the things that the recipe is super clear about is that these cookies need to be completely dry before icing them. So I have this whole other half of the counter is set up for drying, so that I can lay these like flat, relatively flat. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. During the break, we're going to run 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch. If you're following on Twitch, or you're hanging out on Twitch and you want to not hear the ads, you can go ahead and hop over to YouTube. There's a link to that in chat. There's no advertising on YouTube. Not yet. The channel's not monetized. I need more subscribers to monetize it. So if you're not subscribed on YouTube, maybe just go over there and subscribe. Anyway, that'd be super cool. Lemon, what are you doing with the sawhorses? I mean, I can imagine a lot of applications for sawhorses. That's kind of cool. I love a yard sale. I have to be stopped when I go by a yard sale, or else I will. Oh no! Or else I will buy things. For sure. Okay, we're going to sawing wood. Conventional. Okay. Not making a table, or what else would you do with sawhorses? I don't know. I'm wearing flannel today, but I don't know what, you know, I'm wearing flannel today, but that's where the what's the familiarity with tools ends. If I was making a table, I would probably still be sawing wood. Yes. Facts. Unless you were just buying a board and putting it on top of the sawhorses and calling it a day. All right, we'll be right back. We're gonna do 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch. I'm gonna triage the dishes in the sink because that's where my skill set lies, and we'll be right back. Here comes a game of words on stream. Here comes a 3-minute ad. Oh, I got a word. Oh, let me get it first.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials
I did it.
I Hate.
Okay, we're gonna add. I'm gonna put some dishes in the sink here, so I don't need them anymore for the cookies today. And yeah, we got a lot of dishes I can put in the sink actually. Oh, I can put the eggshells in my compost now. Yay. Do I need, how much? Powdered sugar, milk, teaspoon of vanilla extract. Half a teaspoon of vanilla extract. All right, well. I guess I can wash this half teaspoon, huh? Actually, no, I'm going to need a whole teaspoon of vanilla extract for that. So I'll wash the whole teaspoon. There we go. Okay. Good. We did it. It's a jump to conclusions, Matt. You jump to conclusions. Oh. So, almost there. Got time for one more. I feel like that round was a bit better than the other ones. Maybe Words on Stream is taking pity on us today. Or will decide to take pity. The first four rounds of words today were absolutely brutal. They were just like, do you know this impossible word? How would you like 5 E's? And you're like, no. And they're like, how about 4? And you're like, still no. Hey, if you're on Twitch, welcome back. Thanks for your patience. I appreciate you. It is really frustrating to have to sit through ads. I get it. I understand. If you don't want to have ads, or you don't want to experience the ads, you can just mute the tab and hop over to YouTube and hear what else I'm saying over there. I promise you it's not very exciting. And I don't do anything during the ad breaks. I usually just like wash some dishes. I don't do anything because I don't want to deprive people of the amazing, fantastic cooking content that you came here for. If you came here for watching me do dishes, I'm sorry, I am depriving you of that, but no one's ever said that that's what they want me to do while they're here. So I assume that it's not super interesting and it's okay if I just do them off screen. Anyway, we'll be back in just a moment here. We're getting our last guesses in for this round. Oh, so close on this one. I'm getting better. Things are improving. Things are improving. Okay. Here we are. We're back. Let me scroll up. I saw a couple folks pop in for a first time, a first chat today as we were advertising. Serena, welcome in. Hello. I identify as your dad's doppelganger. It's true, I do. I do. Just because I'm wearing flannel and a dad hat and look like a dad doesn't mean I know anything about power tools. I am just cosplaying as that today. Although a sawhorse table is like quintessential bachelor pad kind of shit, right? Am I right? All right, here's what we're doing. We're going to fold the apples in. We're ready to go with the apples. And I'm going to, yeah, then we're gonna like make some cookies here. All right, on our apples, here's our dough. Dough looks good. I'm just gonna spread this out a little bit so I can kind of fold things in easier. Okay, so the goal with the apples was to cool them completely, and these are cooled completely. They're not going to melt any butter that's in here. They're cold enough that the butter, like the fat, not fat, they're cold enough. Yeah, they're cold enough that the bottom here, there's like. There was butter in here, and the butter in the liquid from the bottom has re-solidified. So that's kind of fun. Also, I realize now that I've been saying that I want to put this into the simple syrup. I don't, because it has butter in it. It has a lot of fat in it, so I don't really want to do that. But we're going to fold our apples in here. And it said that the dough will look a little greasy. Now, here's my assumption. My assumption is that I took a lot of that liquid out of here. Like, I put it in a colander. It didn't say to do that. That was a decision I made. So I might actually want to add like a table. I might want to whisk this and add like a tablespoon or maybe 2 back into this dough, because it's expecting there. I think this is expecting to have more liquid than is in here currently. So I think I'm going to do that because this dough feels really dry. And it says that it will look greasy, and it does not look greasy. This looks like a sugar cookie dough. So I'm gonna whisk this and add a little bit of it back in, just because it's supposed to look greasy. It says so, and it doesn't. And I think that the reason is that it's missing some of this liquid that I drained off of it. It's expecting you to rest the apples in a pot, in a skillet, and then put the apples in, and it says to leave the liquid that drained off in the skillet. So I drained off like a lot of it, and here it is. So let's add a little, we're gonna add like a scoop of this at a time back in. Maybe 2 scoops, and mix it and like fold it in until this maybe is a little bit looser consistency. I'm not going to add the whole thing because that would be probably too much, but just a little bit is probably ideal. Because most certainly it wasn't, the recipe was expecting there to be some liquid in there, because how could it not? I made a decision on how to, on draining this more completely than I think it was supposed to be. Now, I don't want to add too much, because what I'm adding back in here is butter, which has got a lot of fat in it, and it will obviously melt, and I don't want the cookies to be too buttery, so I think that's probably right about where I'll end, right there. And we've still got a little bit left in here, couple tablespoons worth. Yeah, a couple tablespoons worth still hanging out in here, so that's probably good right there. And now this is the dough, the end result here. What I'm going to do is weigh this as per usual, because I'm supposed to be able to get 72 cookies out of here. Now this doesn't feel like I'm going to get 72 cookies out of it. But let's see. Let's weigh it, and then we'll figure out how much like 1 cookie worth is and go from there. Now this is, it's looking pretty good. This dough looks pretty good. I'm gonna give it a little taste test here. I'll pinch off like a little piece. That is really good. Great. They might be bite-sized. Yeah, I think they're gonna spread too. My assumption is that they're gonna spread quite a bit because of all the butter that's in here. The butter, there's butter on the apples, there's butter that I just added. There's also a good bit of butter in the cookies themselves. So I'm assuming they're going to spread. They're supposed to be, the name of them is crispy apple fritter cookies. So they're supposed to be crispy around the edges and chewy in the center. That's the assumption. Okay, so our bowl, our entire bowl with everything weighs 3,137 grams. 3,137 minus 598 grams for the bowl. That's 2,539 grams divided by, what did I say? Each batch of these is supposed to make 36. 36 times 2 is 72. Divided by 72, 35 grams per cookie. That's actually a pretty decent size cookie. It's actually 35.2 grams per cookie. So that is the size that we're going to go with. I hope that it is a good size. We'll see. I'm going to start batching these out onto a tray. Raven, can you eat it right now? You could. It has raw flour and raw egg in it, but I just took a bite of it and it tasted great. Honestly, it tasted like an apple fritter. So that's good. We like that. That's what I wanted. Apple fritter tastes. So about 35 grams per cookie. That's again, that's pretty good. We've done cookies that have been 20 grams before. We've done cookies that have been 50 grams before. It kind of depends on the density. So I'm going to move this over. I'm just going to put this over on the counter here and let that just exist as it is. Okay. And now let's get this. We'll wipe this counter off again, and then we'll be ready to go. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to make the cookies right now. We're going to make all the cookies. We're going to put them out on the cooling racks and let them cool. When we've finished baking all 72 cookies, we will make the icing. And so we want the cookies to cool completely before we ice them. So I'm going to make them all first, and then we'll go from there. So what I'm going to do is shape the cookies. Preheat the oven. Done. Line a baking sheet with parchment paper. Oh, it actually says parchment paper. That's fine. We'll use silicone. It's okay. Scoop the dough into heaping tablespoons or a medium cookie scoop and flatten slightly. Leave 2 inches between the cookies. It says leave 2 inches between the cookies. So that tells me that these spread. It's specific about the space between. So that has meaning for me. All right, what we're gonna do is put some gloves on, and I'm going to take these with a spoon. I'm just gonna like use a spoon to scoop these out. Because I can get to 35 grams a little easier if I'm just like doing this and kind of like able to scrape off on the side of the bowl. And then we will shape them. I'm just going to shape them on the tray. I don't think that they don't need to be like round, like specifically round, or any kind of specific shape. So let's see, what's 35 grams? Oh, more than that. More than that. More than that. Oh, okay. 35 grams. That's a lot of dough for a single cookie. So I'm hopeful for that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is shape them in my hand and flatten them on the tray. So we're going to make 1 tray worth of cookies. I'm going to pop those in the oven, and then we'll see how they come out. I'm going to give these anywhere from 32 to 35 grams. So they'll be like roughly the same. They'll be as close to the same as possible. So I'm just kind of giving them a little shape in my hand and flattening them. We will leave 2 inches between because that's what it says. And I should get, if I'm measuring these correctly, I should get about probably 70, I don't know, whatever. We should get between 70 and 80 cookies out of this total. I don't know how many I can fit on the tray. Probably 1, 2. Can definitely get them, say 3 across like this. 2 inches of space between. 3, 1, 3, 6, 9, 12. 12 cookies per tray. Maybe a few more. I'm gonna try them. I'm gonna try it at about 12 cookies per tray first, and then we'll see from there how it goes. If I can squeeze a few more, that would be great. I think I can probably fit 15 per tray actually, because these are large sheet pans. Relatively large sheet pans. So I might be able to get 1, 2. Yeah, I think I can fit 15. But yeah, these are kind of sticky. They are sticky. So like once I've got them on the tray, they're not going to move very easily. So let's try to see how many we can get across before we fill up our columns here. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I bet I can fit 15 on the tray, but I would need to space these better. I'm only going to fit 12 on this tray, which is fine. And again, I really don't know how much these spread. So we're kind of playing this first tray easy, and we'll go from there. I don't know if I can, I'm not going to put 2 trays in my oven at once. It says these only take about 12 minutes to bake too. So if that's the case, that would be kind of nice. 12 minutes is not very much for cookies. Angry Rook says I would eat the dough too. Yeah, I mean, again, I said it's got raw egg in it and raw flour, which obviously some people seek to avoid. But, you know, I'm not a dietitian. I'm not a food safety expert. I cook at home and I eat the dough. I wouldn't like eat a lot of it. And if I wanted to make like cookie dough ice cream, I would make cookie dough the way that you're supposed to make cookie dough for that kind of purpose, which is to say you would like take pains to not use raw egg in it. Camille, you're paranoid about the raw eggs. Yeah. No, agreed. And you know, you're not supposed to eat that. So again, I'm not a food safety expert, so I'm not gonna tell you not to. I tried a bite of it because like I wanted to try a bite of it, but I'm not gonna like get a spoon out and start going at it either. All right, we're gonna put these in the oven. Any notes? Bake for 12 to 14 minutes until the edges are golden and the centers are just set. Okay, so let's go 12 minutes, and then I'm gonna get my second timer ready for 2 minutes. Pop these in the oven. The oven is already hot and ready to go. So let's do, we'll put the camera on here. Hold on. Oh, hold on, that's not gonna work. There we go. All right. It's also not gonna work without the light on, with the light off. Okay. Oop. And we'll adjust that. Oh, hold on, start the timer. We'll adjust that as we need to, as we go through everything here. So we'll just let that camera go and start our second tray of cookies. Because I know that the weight is what it's going to be. In just a few moments, I'm going to know
how well these spread. Or if they spread, how much they spread. I know they're going to spread because that's kind of what cookies do. I'm hoping they spread a little bit because they are pretty small otherwise.
And if I end up needing to make like another batch of these, that's going to be, it's not going to be ideal. Because I don't have any more apples. I'd have to start the whole process over. Okay, well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to get our second tray. I'm going to do that one just like the first one because I don't know. So I don't know how much they spread yet. So we're just going to go ahead and assume that they spread enough that that's as much as I'm going to get out of it. And we're just going to make our second tray just like the first. And do 4 by 3. And yeah, I don't have all the different size cookie scoops. So I always prefer kind of using just a spoon for things when I get stuff out of the bowl, because I can sort of like, if it's not, because I'm using it by weight, it feels like I can kind of get the exact number easier with a spoon. I don't know. Maybe I'm just making that up because I don't have I don't have all the right size scoops for all the different size cookies that people make, and I'm just kind of like, all right, whatever. I'm excusing it for myself because I don't have them.
All right, how are we looking?
We're in our first quarter still. We're about 9 minutes left. 9 minutes left here. So it said 12 to 14 minutes, but they're only going to spread for the first like 6 minutes or so. Is that right? Something in there. Like they hit the point where they puff and spread, and then they stop spreading and they bake. All right. We're just keeping these roughly the same amount. I'm within like a gram or two in each of these. So I'm gonna try to keep them. I don't love putting 2 trays in at once either, because then I feel like I need to rotate them. I know it takes a little longer, but it is, I'm also sort of just, I don't want to have to stop in the middle of what I'm doing here either and rotate trays in the oven. Okay. And if I want these to spread more, I might press them a little further too. It says flatten slightly. I don't know what slightly means, but I'm flattening what I see as a pretty generous amount. I feel like if I flatten them more, they'll spread a little further, and then maybe they get crispier, which would kind of be cool. I'm not sure. We'll see how it goes. Sunday's an interesting day for me to stream. I don't usually stream on this day. I feel like I have very different energy on Sunday than I do during the week. I think that's probably true for all of us, that, especially if you have like a weekend vibe, you have like a job during the week and then, or school or whatever, and then you kind of hit the weekend. I feel like Sunday is always just so different for me. Saturday and Sunday, when I do end up streaming on the weekends, is always, there's a different feeling. Also, when I'm streaming on the weekends, usually people are home the whole time.
which is different. Like I can hear Calvin upstairs, which is also very different. I'm used to a more like quiet house. It doesn't mean I'm going to moderate what I'm saying or anything. It just is different. Different in general. Different energy. All right, this tray is finished. As finished as it's going to get. 6 minutes left on the clock. How are these looking in the oven? They look like they spread a bit on stream. They did. Okay. Okay, here's my take on these. I want to flatten these more with my hand. Like I want to actually make these quite a bit flatter because they're not spreading a ton. They're spreading a little bit. But as I'm kind of looking at them, we're about halfway through the baking process. They're not going to spread much more than they are, and they're not, they're puffy, which is good. But I'm going to flatten these even more than I did already. And I think that will help. We'll try it. We're going to try it on these first 2 trays. And we'll see which of these first 2 trays kind of comes out in a more preferred way. Once these come out of the oven, they need to cool on the rack, the drying rack, for about 5 minutes on the tray, it says. So when these come out, we got to wait for just a bit to get them up and off the tray. So we've hit a stalling point. Now I also think maybe I will maybe I will put, I don't think I can. I was going to say maybe I will put 2 different trays in the oven at once, but I don't think I can actually do that because right now these are in there. They're going to need to cool on the thing for a few minutes. So we'll see. This is we're waiting. This is round number 1. This is round number 1. So this is our tester round. So we're taking it slow. I could shape more of these at once. Like I could roll these out into balls and put them on like a wax paper tray, which I think I'll do after these come out of the oven. So these have about 3 minutes. 3 minutes or so. 3 minutes or so left. They might need a little bit more time than that. Oh, excuse me. But come on over here to the oven. They're looking good. I think they're looking pretty good. They're very puffy. They puffed up quite a bit. So I'm glad. I think I'm happy with the approach of flattening them a little bit more because they will spread just a little bit, and then when they're in the oven, they will puff. I think flattening them more will make them a bit crispier on the outside. So we'll see. We'll see. My simple syrup is simmering away back here. I'm almost there to the point where I think it'll be ready. And let's see. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the edges to be golden and the centers just set. That's my goal. Okay. I'm gonna get my fan out. It is hot. I am sweating in this kitchen. And it's not hot specifically outside today, but it's humid. It's like raining here on and off all day. So I actually want to put like my fan over here and cool off a little bit. I can't put the fan directly on me because then it'll hit the microphone. So we're gonna Just a second. While these are finished baking, we have about a minute and a half left before I open the oven to check these. It also happens to be super hot in here because the oven's on, and you know, that always helps. Oh wait, I can't plug my fan in on this side of the room because I don't have any more plugs. That's fun. Okay, we'll plug that in over here. And hopefully this doesn't kill the electric in my house. If I plug too many things in, sometimes my my electric goes off, and then and then stream dies. Okay, that's better. Is that better? Oh yeah, there's like a very gentle breeze on my face right now. Perfect. Okay, about 45 seconds left on these cookies in the oven. They're looking good on here. Let's see. Can I do something with this camera? What if I change the white balance? I bet I could change the white balance and make those look less yellow. I sure can. Wow. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, that looks a little better, right? I think so. And what if I zoomed in? Oh, I'm already zoomed in. There we go. Let's see. Oh, okay. Timer is off. There's like a blue artifact in the stream itself. There we go. That's the view I want. Right there. Okay, let's open this up and we're going to check these. So they look good around the outside here. And yeah, they're just set in the center. So I would say that these are finished. Let's take these out. We're going to put our next round right in right away. Close the oven. Oh, hold on. Can't close the oven with the camera there. There we go. Close the oven. Make sure that is lined up. I'm going to set... Hold on. Having trouble holding the tray because it's hot. Move that over here. Set our new timer. Readjust this camera. I want this to be like that and that. Yeah, try not to get it directly pointed into the light. That's kind of annoying. There we go. That's better. All right. We have a tray of cookies that smell quite nice. Here they are. There are cookies on screen if you'd like to look right now. They are just out of the oven, so I need to give those about 5 minutes or so to cool off on the tray. And then we'll put them on the cooling racks, and then we'll make some more. Then we'll do our next tray. Let's see, 72 cookies, 12, 24, 36. So 6 trays total. 6 trays total is what we're going to do today. So we're on tray number 2. I think this next round in the oven, differences between this one and the last one was just flattening them. That's it. They are pressed down a little bit more. Now, I think the other ones, the next couple rounds, will also spread a little bit more because the sheet pan itself is going to be warm still. So that is something probably to watch for. I was going to say to consider, but I'm not really considering it all that much. These should take these should probably be finished. I'm guessing that they're going to be finished sooner
than the other ones. So when there's about a minute left on the clock, I want to check these, or at least put an eye on them, because otherwise they might overcook. While those are baking and I'm waiting for those to finish on the sheet pan, let's get our simple syrup drained off. Again, the simple syrup is not for anything I'm doing on the stream, it's just for my own sort of enjoyment. Okay. Here we go. There we go. Rusty, welcome in. Good to see you. Good afternoon, I should say. How are y'all? Robert, welcome in. With the Rusty raid. Always good to see you, friend. Friends who are hanging out here, I want to encourage you to go follow Rusty Rhymes. Rusty is a original chatter on stream. Was chatted in the first ever cooking stream that I ever did, which happens also to be the first ever stream that I did. So good to see you. How was stream for y'all today? Sofa, thank you for the shout out. Mishmish, welcome in. Hello. Yeah, Daisy's very excited about the raid. She can't get over it. She's having a moment. I'm just kidding. Gwen's feeding her, so she's clamoring. Raviolis. Excellent. Raviolis are fun to make. If you're making them by hand, they can be quite frustrating. I hope they're what you were expecting. I'm pretty sure you've made those before. I feel like I've seen you make them before. Friends who were hanging out on this stream before the raid, Rusty and Lady Naginata do a variety of different things. Rusty does cooking primarily, not primarily. I don't know. Would you say primarily? I first became familiar with Rusty through his cooking streams, and then kept watching. And he does IRL stuff. He does gaming. He also does some creative chatting things. I think the house hunting on Zillow is super fun. Also a fan of doing unique stuff in OBS and creating a good environment for visual environment, but also a good community environment too, which I love. So I would encourage you to go follow Rusty on the internet. You can do that through the shout out that Sofa was so kind to do. You good?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you good?
Huh?
Are you good?
I just doing a puzzle right now.
Well, don't do a puzzle.
Very easy for you to say.
It is easy for me to say. Okay. Are you okay? Anyway, friends who joined us from Rusty's stream, it's nice to have you. My name's Lou. I also primarily do cooking streams. We do stuff IRL as well. We just recently had not recently, this week. Yeah, it was recently. It was on Tuesday this week. We went out to the Philadelphia wholesale produce market to look around. We have been out a bunch of different places, not just cooking, not just food related stuff, but often related to food. Today we're doing cookies for our cookie club members. We do a monthly giveaway of homemade cookies, which is what we're making on stream today. Y'all who just joined us, these are the cookies that I am currently in the process of making. They are crispy apple fritter cookies. These ones on the tray are a little puffier than the ones in the oven. That was the first tray. So I'm sort of we're getting the process down right now. The point is I got the weight of the cookies down, so I know I have enough dough to make what we're trying to do. But how flat they are is what we were trying to determine. So, welcome in, Slinka. Hello. I also do recipes, like recipe development on stream, and I publish those online. So command recipes if you are interested in seeing what those look like. And yeah, welcome in. We're going to take these off the tray and let them cool completely. So we're making cookies, we're baking. Then once these are completely cooled, we're going to ice them with a vanilla icing, like apple fritters, and package them. So we still have a bit to go. These, I think, are not the cookies I'm going to send out. I think the ones that are in the oven are probably the better version of what we're doing, because they are a little flatter, and the point of these was to have crispy cookies. It's quite literally in the name of the cookies. And I don't think the ones that I have here are as crispy as I want them to be. The ones that are in the oven are looking quite nice, but we're gonna get our next batch ready to go. So let's get started with that, because we got about 3 minutes until these are finished in the oven. I think I'm gonna let those go a little longer. I'm 3 minutes until the minimum amount of time is the expectation. 5 minutes until the maximum amount of time. So I think I'm gonna see what these look like after the max time for this round, and then I'll really know sort of exactly what I want to do with these cookies. So I am putting 12 of them on a tray, 35 grams each, just about 35 grams each, and yeah, and that's it. I hope y'all are having a good Sunday. Thanks for hanging out today. I know Sunday's a different day on Twitch. I usually stream midweek. Tuesdays and Thursdays is the roughly current schedule. This coming week we'll be streaming again tomorrow, actually, doing a bunch of prep for a trip. So tomorrow is also a weird day. I'm not usually online on Sunday. I'm not usually online on Monday. So we have some different times coming up. But Tuesday and Thursday are the usual days. Usually sometime around 12 Eastern until around 6 or 7 p.m. Eastern is the standard schedule. The standard schedule that I try to stick to and do with some success. But we are working through another tray here. Once we're finished making all of the cookies and they're cooling on the racks here to your right, my left, I will make the glaze. Now, if you ever had an apple fritter, you know that the glaze is ideally sticks to the top of the fritter itself. It doesn't sink in. And one of the notes on this particular recipe, which I did not write, one of the notes on this particular recipe was that if you glaze them too soon after baking them, the glaze sinks in to the cookies and sort of makes them a little bit of a mess. So we're going to avoid that today. That's the goal. These have quite a few ingredients in them, actually. Primarily, it's brown sugar and white sugar. Brown sugar, white sugar, flour, eggs, vanilla, your normal stuff, baking soda, baking powder. But they have apples in them that are caramelized. So we cook those off in a Dutch oven and let them cool down in the refrigerator. So they're kind of a multi-step process. These cookies have 2 distinct times that they need to cool. One is cooling the apples, and 2 is cooling the cookies themselves after they bake. Okay, so my timer, maybe you heard it, my timer just went off on here. So I started my second timer, basically the 14-minute, I have a 12-minute timer and then a 2-minute timer. These bake it says up to 14 minutes. I baked the first ones for 12 minutes only, and I'm baking these for 14, and we're gonna see, essentially, once these come out of the oven, I'll know pretty much exactly what I wanna do for these. How long I wanna cook them, and how many I can put on a tray. That's the other thing. I'm not sure how many of these I can actually fit on a tray. If I can fit one more row of 3 on a tray, that would be kind of amazing, but I don't think I can. We'll see. Sofa, thank you for the shout out to Mishmish. Also, fellow food and drink streamer, adventurous cook in the kitchen, chatty, very conversational. The and an Eagles fan. Not that that defines you, but I live in Philadelphia. For the folks who are new to stream, I am not a football fan, which is probably not surprising given that it's Sunday afternoon and I'm cooking and not really talking about football at all. You wouldn't know that if you're coming in from the raid, but haven't discussed it. But go Birds. Because my city is a better place to live when the Eagles win. But I don't think they're playing today. I don't know. I feel like I would have heard about it. Okay. Let's go over to the stove. These cookies are looking good. We have brown around the edges and in the center. That was the goal. Whoa. Yeah, I lost the mic when I was taking those out of the oven. Thank you for letting me know. My bowl slid off the counter. This bowl slid off the scale that I'm using and hit the mute button on the stream deck. Thank you for letting me know. Anyway, I was saying we're going to do 14 minutes for these just straight out because I am looking at the ones that just came out of the oven. They look really good. I definitely can fit a third row on these trays. So here's what we have. Here's how these look currently. So this is the batch that I just pulled out of the oven. They are brown around the feet. So like down around here, you can see they're browned. The top is soft. And these are looking pretty good. So I think yeah, they're set. Yeah, I think these are pretty good. It might actually do 13 minutes for these. I think 13 minutes is probably
better, ideal. 13 minutes would be ideal. So when this timer dumps to 12, we're gonna daylight savings time it and just start an 11-minute timer. And that way, I think 13 is probably better. 14 seems like maybe they're set a little too much in the middle. So yeah, so nothing. So maybe they're a little bit too set. You need to eat at least one fresh out of the oven. I'm waiting for these to cool a little bit. Now, it said not to take them off the tray, let them cool in the tray for about 5 minutes, which is, I don't think I need to do that with this round. I think that as I'm looking at these are set a little more than I want them to be, as I'm sort of like giving them a little tap tap. So that's why I'm saying I'm going to adjust the timing a little bit, and I can fit more of these on a tray. That I know because because I'm looking at them, and I can see that they're spaced. If I space these out correctly, they're going to be fine. So here's what we're going to do. Actually, I need to get some of these. We're going to put some of these back on the tray and space them correctly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then I'll put the next round on the tray in with the spacing that these have currently, and we'll there. Okay. So I spaced these out on the tray so I can like see where to put the next ones. So I'm going to shape a couple more, and then we'll take these off in just a few minutes here. I started the timer for that round. I did. Perfect. All right. I am going to try one of the ones that came out of the oven before. These are a little cool. They're a little cooler now, but this is the first round out of the oven. These are thicker than the other ones, but they're nice and brown on the bottom, top. They're cake-like on the inside. Look pretty good. Happy with them. Let's see what they taste like. They're drier than an apple fritter. They're good though. The flavor is very good. They're not super sweet. They're almost cake-like. The apples are good. The little bits of apple are really tasty. All right, I'm happy with those. They're gonna be more firm when they cool down. These are still a little bit warm. So when these cool, they are gonna be crisper for sure. We'll try one of the other ones when it's when they're cool. So I'm happy with how these are turning out right now. We're going to keep going. We're going to make another tray of these because in about 7 minutes or so, I'm going to pull that next tray out of the oven. We're going to switch these up. And yeah, in about 7 minutes, we're going to switch these up. So I should be able to get a few more on this tray, which will mean less overall trays to make, which is ideal, because we still have to glaze and package these. So I'm making these for folks who were part of our October Cookie Club selection. Cookie Club is a monthly drawing that we do for folks that are active in stream or in the community in some capacity. You don't actually have to be active in stream for to get Cookie Club entries. The stream itself, you get more entries, generally speaking, if you're active during the stream and chatting, but not a requirement. So thank you for putting the link there in chat. There's a link to getting Cookie Club entries there if you're interested. We also added this month 2 new methods to earn cookies or Cookie Club entries. One of those is number of chats, like the number of chat messages that you send. The other one is having a recurring sub versus having a gifted subscription or a Prime sub. And like, let's be clear, we love Prime subs. I love a Prime sub. You know, one of the most fun things that I do on Twitch every month is just hit someone with a Prime sub. It's never like it's really rarely the same person. Usually when I notice that I have a Prime sub to give, if I'm hanging out in someone's channel who I'm not super familiar with, like someone new to me, and I am enjoying what they're doing, I'll use my Prime sub there. Like my Prime sub is sort of a, like, instead of giving bits or something, that's like the thing. Anyway, having a recurring sub is another way to earn Cookie Club entries. So if you have a sub and it's recurring, that's 2 entries. So, FYI. Cyborg, catch me up. I'm happy to catch you up. I'm also going to extend the ad. I'm going to snooze the ad break because it's telling me to run an ad here in about 3 minutes, and I don't want to do that. So, I'm going to extend that for just a few minutes. We started off stream. Complaining about the YouTube algorithm giving me weird misogynistic suggestions because of a stream that I watched yesterday on YouTube. Did not love that. Then I complained about that stream and its contents for a little while. Then we got off that high horse, and not really a high horse. I feel very validated in complaining about it, but I don't love to do that because it activates me, and then I get annoyed all over again. Anyway, we're not gonna rehash all the details of that. I'm happy to share more if you're interested at some point in the Discord. But we made our apples. I panicked a little bit because I thought that I was going to have to double the recipe that I have in front of me. As it turns out that I'd already doubled the recipe I have in front of me, so I don't need to do that, and I was very relieved. I peeled 4 apples. We cut up 4 apples. I put those into a Dutch oven with some brown sugar and butter and salt and vanilla, and we caramelized those. Pop those into the refrigerator. We then started on the dough. I made 2 batches of dough, one ahead, one behind, one in the bowl that they're supposed to be in, and another in the in some quart containers. Mixed those all up, and we made 2 batches of dough. I cooled the apples in the fridge in a colander, stirred those a couple times while that was going on, so that those completely cooled down. I put the scraps from the dough from the apples, the core and the skins, into a pot on the stove to make some simple syrup, which we did. And then I kind of assembled the dough, and I've been making dough since. We did a little bit of math to figure out exactly how much dough to make for each cookie. We did a little different timing on the first batch versus the second batch. It had a little different process on the second batch for our shaping. And now I kind of know exactly what I I know exactly what I think I'm doing. And now we're just kind of working through the process of cooking all of these cookies because they need to cook and cool before I can ice them. So we're cooking all of the cookies. Then we're going to make the icing. Then we're going to ice the cookies. Then we will package them. So I have the packaging plastic already made. I did that yesterday. But that is where we are at with stream today. We are moving through. I said I wanted to be finished by about 5 p.m. today. That's not going to happen. It's 4:20 where I am. Hey, it's 4:20. If you celebrate, now's the time. But we're working through it. They are getting iced. We're making, or glazed, I should say, is probably a better terminology for what I'm actually doing with them. We're making a vanilla. What does the glaze have in it? The glaze has powdered sugar, milk, and vanilla, and then that all gets mixed together and poured over the top. And we'll do that once they're completely dry. All right. My timer is up for the cookies in the oven, so we're gonna pull those out. I'm gonna put this batch in, and then we're going to take a 3-minute break. During the break, we're gonna play a game of words on stream. I'm going to triage the dishes in the sink. There's a few more dishes than there were the last time. When we come back, we're going to put the cookies that are coming out of the oven right now onto the cooling racks, and then we're gonna keep shaping cookies. Like that's what we're doing. That is today's activity. So these are the cookies in the oven. Here they are. They look nice. These are ready to go. Let's tap the center. Yeah, these are set just about right. So I'm gonna put the neck in. Close it up, set the timer, hit start, and then come on back over here. How to make pickle Pepsi easy, BG. That sounds like a much better YouTube video than the one that I got served. I don't want to tell you the one that I got served. It was super sexist. And I was like, whoa, I've been in the wrong place on the internet. Okay. We're going to run a 3-minute ad on Twitch. I want to ask you humbly, but directly, to please go subscribe to the YouTube channel. Yeah, there's a link to that. There's a link to that in chat. If you click the link, it's going to ask you if you want to subscribe. Just hit yes. While you're on the YouTube channel, there's a new video about shaping pizza dough. That it would be amazing if you click that video and let it play through. Maybe you liked it. Maybe commented on it or shared it, but like that's a lot to ask. Anyway, we're gonna run a 3-minute ad on Twitch. If you do go over to YouTube, I'm also live streaming there, and there's no ads there, so you can hear me ramble while I'm doing the dishes. Regardless, we're gonna run Game of Words on stream. Here that comes. And here comes a 3-minute ad on Twitch. We'll be right back. I'm gonna take care of the dishes. It's not exciting. Okay, bye.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Okay. When I say take care of the dishes, what I really mean is I'm just putting things in the dishwasher. I don't actually do the dishes as much on stream. Sometimes I do. Usually, I'm just like loading things from the sink into the dishwasher, which is what I'm doing right now. That way, at the end of stream, I don't have like an extreme amount of dishes piled up. So my dishwasher was empty at the beginning of stream today, and it is basically ready to be run right now. So that is the value to me of running ads during stream, because I can pause and like just do the dishes. I don't have a co-host or like anyone else kind of here to do the thing. So watching me do dishes is not super exciting. And washing me do dishes is not super exciting. So I try to avoid. Hey, was that a board? That sounded like a board to me. That has to have been a board. Yes. Okay. I was going to say there's not enough time. Not enough time went by for a game of words to completely finish without that being a board. Congratulations. My mental clock is pretty tuned in to how long games of words on stream take. Okay. I think I might do a few dishes right now. That would be kind of incredible. We're going to put some of these away first, though. That's what we're going to do. Like the Dutch oven I'm finished with. These I'm finished with. Almost there. About 30 more seconds worth of ads. Hey, congrats on getting a board. That was big. Today's been a struggle for words, so getting one feels good. See, you just had to have me stop participating. That was really the secret.
It's over!
Hey, welcome back. Thank you for your patience on Twitch there. I know that nobody really, truly, genuinely loves the ads, and I don't either, if we're being honest. But we run them so that I can get a little break in stream. Not even really a break, just a break from like having the camera. I usually do the dishes during that time, and that's what I'm doing. I'm almost finished the dishes. I've loaded the dishwasher, and now I'm almost finished actually doing the dishes that are in the sink. Super. Y'all, that was pretty good. The first bunch of games that we've played of words today were really definitely like riding the struggle bus, and that feels good. Those two seemed quite a bit nicer than the last bunch. So, congratulations. Excuse me. Okay. While we have our cookies in the oven that are coming along nicely, I am going to take these next round of cookies off the tray. The tray is cool enough to take the cookies off when I can handle it with my hands. I think that's the rule, right? And these seem a lot better. So we dialed it in. I think about 12 minutes is honestly, like, I'm backing off of what I'd said before, because I think, yeah, I'm not sure how crispy the expectation of these is, honestly. So we'll see. Let's shape these, because that is what's happening next. We're getting making some progress here. I don't know how many more trays left I have of cookies I have left in the oven, but my expectation is I'm making 72 cookies. So for reference, we have a bunch over here now. And there's more than you can see over on the side of the counter. There's like one cooling rack. I have 4 cooling racks on the counter. So I got new cooling racks this time though. We have a new. I was in Aldi and they were selling this whatever during this season. They were selling cooling racks, and I think they were $6 for 3 of them. So that was kind of cool. I was pretty happy with those. Liz, we did not glaze these yet, so we're working here. We're working through. I haven't even made the glaze yet. I'm waiting for the glaze. I'm gonna make the glaze after all the cookies are done, because making it takes a little bit of time, and the cookies need to cool completely before we can glaze them. So I am kind of prioritizing the baking at this moment. So no, we have not glazed yet. Crawdot, welcome in. Good to see you. Hope your Sunday's going well. It is Sunday. I was saying a few minutes ago, it's a weird day for me to be streaming. I don't usually stream on Sunday, but I wanted to get Cookie Club in because I like Cookie Club. I enjoy this aspect of our community, and it's a busy week for me. It's a really busy week. It's a travel week for me. Traveling for me, I'm not traveling for work or anything. Not that I ever travel for for anything professional. But I'm getting Cookie Club in today. We're going to send these first thing tomorrow morning. So tomorrow morning is going to be interesting. Tomorrow I'm also going to be streaming, by the way. Monday, not a normal day for me to be online. So just a heads up. Monday will be live. Tomorrow I'm going to go to the post office first thing in the morning. I'm going to send these cookies. And I'm going right to Reading Terminal Market to do some shopping. Coming home from that, and we're going to go live basically when I get home from that to do a bunch of prep for a trip. So it's a busy week. And then tomorrow will be the last stream until the following week. So that is for anyone who's like, hey Lou, what's your schedule? Nobody asked, but there it is. The command schedule can also be found in Discord, on Twitch, on the calendar link, and probably like at least one other place that I'm not remembering. But anyway, the calendar and the events section of Discord are the most up-to-date and always up-to-date because they have a feed from the Google Calendar that it might be calendar. I guess schedule doesn't do anything. Cool. Good to know. But anyway, there we go. Bella Gerard, welcome in. Good to see you. Thanks for saying hi. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One more. Okay. So after this, I think this is maybe our second to last tray. We'll see. There it is. Calendar. That's the one. Yeah, Discord is the Discord events section, and the actual link that's behind that calendar thing are up to date. On the profile panel, or on the profile, if you scroll all the way down to the thing where it says like next stream, like upcoming, and there's like a clock, like a literal clock counting down, that one is accurate too, because that also feeds from the calendar. I keep a Google Calendar that's synced to my household calendar of my stream schedule. And that is what I look at when I'm like, when am I going to be live again? And then I look at it and I'm like, oh yeah, that's when. Anyway, we'll be at Reading Terminal tomorrow morning. I'm not taking y'all to Reading Terminal because I'm just going to go there to shop. Sorry. But we'll be there in the morning. I'll be there in the morning, and then we'll be live around noon tomorrow. Tardis, enjoy your evening. I hope you have a good one. I have a calendar in my Google Calendar. Yeah, and so Flip, I will tell you, if I ever cancel the stream for any reason, I would take it off the calendar. Like you would no longer see it on the calendar. I would not leave that calendar on because I know that it feeds into so many other things. I can't tell if you're sick or if your voice is deeper. Well, I'm feeling very masculine today. It's the flannel. Can you tell? No, I'm just, I don't know. It's Sunday. I have a different vibe today. I think I'm feeling fine physically, I'm not sick. I'm a little congested because it's that time of year when I am congested. But I think it's just the flannel. And Carla, there's never an attendance policy. It's always good to see you. Okay, so we got cookies about to come out and cookies about to go in. So we'll take these out. Come on over to the stove or the oven, whatever. Oven. Okay, these are coming out. Go on, these are hot behind you, just FYI. And we got cookies going in. Whoop. Close that up. Not with the camera in it. And there we go. Super Scott, welcome in. I'm dumb. You wouldn't be making cookies. No, that's true. I wouldn't. I have been sick on stream before and like making food for myself. But that's like, you know, whatever. No, if I was physically sick, if I had a temperature, if I was anything, I would absolutely not be making cookies. That is very true. Would not do it. I've never actually been sick for a cookie club before. I've been sick before. I've rarely canceled stream when I was planning on going live. I think I've probably canceled stream less than 10 times since I started, which I think is a pretty good track record. Maybe y'all can correct me, but I feel like it's been kind of very infrequent that I've had to cancel. I feel like now that my son is 10, my immune system is like firing on all cylinders just because he's around so many other children and I just could probably get exposed to so much. Oh, I didn't start my timer. There it is. Okay. Well, this simple syrup is really, really, really good. I don't have any other thoughts around it. This is excellent. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it, but like here it is. It's ready. I know that I want to put it in a squeezy bottle. I do know that I want to put it in one of these. So let's do that. That is dirty. I don't know why that's dirty, but it's dirty. That is clean. Okay, cool. So we're going to put this in a squeezy bottle. What I'm pouring into here is a simple syrup that I made with the apple cores and skins from the fritters, or from these apple cookies that I'm making. I don't have any plan for this. It's just a simple syrup. It is what it is. I will probably just end up putting this in like seltzer water and drinking it as a snack or a treat. Because whatever. Because I didn't want to waste all those things. I wanted to get the other, wanted to get the most out of them, as it were. Yeah, I made something. I don't know what I want to do with it, but it exists. Exactly. Often, I mean, I'm just like, so Cardinal, it started because I was peeling apples and I don't usually peel anything. Like, you know, whenever I make like potatoes or anything that usually, you know, you would sort of peel by default, I often just don't. But this time around, I decided to do that for these apples because the directions said so, and I didn't want to end up with like a different texture in these cookies. I didn't want to end up with the texture of apple skin in the cookies. I wanted the apples to sort of like melt in like they were intended to, as opposed to, often when you leave the skin on something, it's just like, you're like, oh, you know that it's there. That's all. So we're gonna move our racks. And let's get these cookies off the rack. So these look great. I said earlier, these feel more cake-like than crispy. And I don't know if I think I could have probably made these with all white sugar instead of brown sugar so that they were like less chewy. I'm not sure what kind of levers I could have pulled to make these slightly crispier, but I like the flavor of them. I think they're pretty good as they are. So I'm not opposed to them. They don't have the texture I think that I was imagining them to have when I was just considering what they would taste like initially. Okay, so I'm gonna take that, move this, and let's get our next round shaped off here. We got about 8 minutes for these cookies in the oven. And I do think flattening them a lot more than I initially did has been the right move. So this is going to be our last tray of cookies. So we're getting down to the final stages of baking. And once these are in the oven, we'll start making the glaze. I also, this time around, I always allocate cookies for the folks that work at the post office, because they do a lot of work for Cookie Club. I mean, yes, I am aware that it's their job, but they're very gracious about it, and so I appreciate that. So I allocate cookies for them. Now that Calvin is in school and we've set a precedent that I will send cookies for the teachers. I also have to allocate cookies for the teachers. And just this month, for the first time in quite literally 2+ years of doing Cookie Club, I finally, on my spreadsheet, allocated some cookies for the household. In the past, we've ended up, some months, I've ended up having like 4 cookies left over. And I gotta tell you that is not popular when I spend, a bunch of time making cookies during the day and put all this effort into it. And then like my family's like, hey, where are those cookies? And I'm like, I only made enough for Cookie Club. And they're like, get out. You were evicted. So it is very important. And I actually finally, it only took 2 years, started calculating, let's make like 10 cookies just for the households. So that's important. That was important. Ray, welcome in. Good to see you. I hope your soup turned out after simmering for so much longer yesterday, or the other day, whatever day that was. Thursday. I think that was Thursday. I was watching Ray make soup on stream and lurking, and as I do, I'm a big lurker. I don't love chatting. Y'all know this about me if you've hung out before. I don't love to chat. Like, it has nothing to do with the person streaming. It has everything to do with me and my both how I watch streams and how I feel about watching streams, and when I'm lurking. I am often watching on my TV, so I'm usually not even somewhere where I can chat. And I don't love
when I hop in and then I have to engage for a long time. Like, no offense. I'm one of those folks that loves everyone who engages in a stream. I usually have so much to say and then I don't say anything. It's just how it goes. Yeah, Crowdoid. So you get it. You're definitely in that space of like, yeah, I gotta remember to make cookies, for enough cookies for the family to have cookies too. It's very important. It's vitally important. Quilpy, welcome in. Another streamer I encountered recently. A new to me streamer who has amazing energy. Really fun, like infectious kind of energy. Infectious in like a good way. Anyway. I talk too much anyway. I mean, I talk so much in real life. I watch, and that's, I think, the difference is I like talking, but I like talking out loud. I find it hard to communicate through text sometimes. And so I love talking to people. But I think I find chat, I like when I'm watching Twitch, it is entertaining me and I feel like I'm part of it without chatting. Okay, that was it. All of our cookie dough is on the tray. And bowl is empty. We did it. We made all of these cookies. I don't know how many cookies I actually ended up making. Let's count. First off, how many do we have in the oven? I think I got 15 in the oven. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15 in the oven. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 23. Plus 23, 26, 29, 32, 35, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 70, 73 cookies. Y'all, I calculated this out, so I'd have 72. Yes, we love a mathematical win. Cheese, welcome in. Cheese, it is really good to see you. Just as a generalized human, I know I've seen you on the internet, and I've seen you, I've seen you on the internet. Anyway, it is good to see you. I hope you had a really lovely Sunday stream. Sean the Sheep, welcome in. Sean, Bacon, welcome in. Bacon sits. Dr. Spaghetti, I love it. My partner loves plain spaghetti with butter. She needs to go see Dr. Spaghetti sometimes. Wow, that is... Anyway, hello, welcome in. I like your name. So thank you for this. Shout out to Cheese, please. Cheese is very chill. No, totally. Friends who were hanging out on this stream with me already. Cheese Please is a fellow food and drink streamer. Cheese is also variety, I would say, does a variety of things. I learned it at TwitchCon. They're like, don't tell me you're a variety streamer because I don't know what variety means. And I'm like, but that's what people say. Anyway, Cheese does a variety of interesting things. Does food and drink, does gaming, does IRL stuff. I don't know if I've caught you have you done music on stream before? I know that music, I've seen on your social feeds that you've gotten, you're trying to get more into the music thing, but I don't know if you've brought that to stream yet. Regardless, good luck with that. And I think that's really cool. I myself am not a musician. But Cheese is also just a nice human. I've met in real life. We did a stream together at the Southeast Asian market here in Philadelphia, and is a super, really kind, cool, nice person. Anyway, please go give Cheese Please a follow because you will enjoy the vibes there. Today on stream, we are making apple crispy, the title of it is crispy apple fritter cookies, but I'm going to amend that to say that we're making apple fritter cookies because they're not turning out super crispy, TBH. But we're making apple fritter cookies. When they're fresh out of the oven, they look like this. I just literally just pulled these out of the oven. These are the second to last tray coming out. We now have the last tray in the oven. We're gonna leave these sit on the tray for a few minutes. This is what they look like when they are out of the oven. We have, move over there. These are cooling. Yeah, these are cool enough to glaze now. The crispest of friends we made along the way. That is true. And this is what they look like on the inside. I feel like having crispy friends is some sort of like new slang I just haven't heard yet. That's gotta be. It's gotta be. This is what they look like on the inside. Hold on. We're gonna zoom until we can't zoom anymore. There it is. We're 400% zoomed in. Here's the tops. Here's the bottoms. Here's the insides. They're a little soft on the inside. So they're very cake-like. LSD fried hippie friends. Oh, yeah. I bet that. See, now I feel like that terminology has existed already. It had, yeah. My fried friends are Grimace and the Hamburglar. Okay, these are a little crispy on the edge. I think if I was making these again, I might just flatten these, like squish them. And just like flat, because they're really good. They're crisp around the outside on like this little thin edge here. Anyway, I'm gonna make a glaze for these now because they're definitely cool enough to glaze. My friends are so baked, they're crispy. My friends are so fried, they're golden. I keep bringing it back to French fries, and I'm sorry, I'm hungry. Anyway, friends who just joined us, I'll introduce myself as well, if that's okay, if that's appropriate. I feel like that's probably appropriate. It's nice to have you all here. My name's Lou. I'm a home cook. I do recipe development, and I'm also a parent. I'm in Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, they. I'm glad that you're here. Our stream is generally all about cooking and conversations. Mostly what I'm cooking is vegetable forward stuff, family meals. I also do a bunch of recipe development on stream. Obviously some baking, we do meal prep. Tomorrow we'll be doing meal prep for a big trip. So if you like meal prep, that's a thing. And we definitely make a lot of snacks. Sometimes we do out in the world stuff, IRL, things out and about in Philadelphia and beyond. Most recently, last Tuesday, I was at the Philadelphia Wholesale Produce Market. We've been to the Renaissance Fair. We've been to Reading Terminal Market. We've been to the Southeast Asian Market. We have been to the Kennett Square Mushroom Festival. We have most recently on the alt channel, we did a scooter ride. We'll do some more of that on this channel too. I do a lot of walking in general. Very occasionally my son streams with me. The last time he streamed with me, we made
snacks on stream. He's been with me to sample a bunch of different ice cream around the city. So our community is generally really enthusiastic about the culinary world. Very kind of weird. Sometimes things get a little spicy. So if you're not into like innuendo, sorry. Not actually sorry, but if you're not into innuendo, might not be the right spot. But we definitely maintain a safe space to lurk and chat if you want to. Follows are always silent. We love lurkers. If you want to follow without getting alerts, there's no sounds, there's no chat messages. If you hit the follow button, I will not say hi to you. You can just follow and not be perceived until you say something in chat, or you otherwise identify yourself. But that's what we're doing today, or that's me, that is the stream. And today we're making cookies for our cookie club friends. While we are waiting for that to happen, we're gonna do two things. One, we're gonna do a definition from the Food Lover's Companion. Cardall, I see your redeem. Two, we're gonna make a glaze for these cookies because they're apple fritter cookies. They're supposed to have a glaze. So we're gonna do that.
Can you please open this?
Speaking of my son, here he is. He's wearing.
You were speaking of me.
I was speaking of you. Can I open this?
Yeah.
Open with caution, it says.
Yeah, watch out when you do it though.
Ah! It peed on me. What the fuck? You know, I was saying very kind things about you. I'm gonna point this away from y'all, but when you open it, it sprays. I'm not spraying it at you. I'm not. No, don't spray it at me. Okay. I told him he's not allowed to be on his iPad this afternoon, and this is the result. Ew, get out of here. Get out of here. So gross.
It's sink water from upstairs.
It's sink water. Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe it's toilet water from.
It's toilet water because that's what it looks like. It looked like it came out of a toilet. All right. Well, I'm wet now. Sarah, I agree. It is adorable. Food Lover's Companion. This is a book of definitions from the culinary world. More than 6,700 A to Z entries describe foods, cooking techniques, herbs, spices, desserts, wines, and the ingredients for pleasurable dining. Love to see that. The definition of cheese. We'll do a couple. I mean, let's do cheese. We'll start with cheese. So we have just a couple minutes until these cookies are finished in the oven. The glaze will not take very long to make, and then we'll glaze them right away. Let's glaze them right now. Y'all are looking beautiful.
We meet again.
Amazing, fantastic, and lovely.
And I need batteries, and I need to find out how many batteries.
We meet again, he says. Okay, can you take your dusty fish thing off this counter, please? These are things for other people. I want
What?
nothing. You know what? Cheese. Yo, the definition for cheese is 3 pages long. It starts here and goes
Definition for cheese?
to here and then to here. We're gonna read some of this. We're gonna read select. We're gonna do some select excerpts from the definition of cheese. Author Clifton Fadiman said it best when he described cheese as, quote, milk's leap toward immortality, end quote. Almost everyone loves one type of cheese or another, whether it's delectably mild, creamy and soft, or pungent, hard and crumbly. To begin with, cheese can be broken down into two very broad categories: fresh and ripened. Within these basic categories, however, are a multitude of subdivisions, usually classified according to the texture of the cheese and how it was made. Naturally, many of these categories overlap, because a cheese can have an entirely different character when young than it does when aged. Big same. Most cheese begins as milk, usually cows, goats, or sheep's, that is allowed to thicken, sometimes with the addition of rennin or special bacteria, until it separates into a liquid, whey, and semi-solids, curd. The whey is drained off, and the curds are either allowed to drain or pressed into different shapes depending on the variety. At this stage, it is called fresh, or unripened cheese. Among the most popular fresh cheeses on the market today are cottage cheese, cream cheese, pot cheese, and ricotta. In order to become a ripened or aged cheese, the drained curds are cured by a variety of processes, including being subjected to heat, bacteria, soaking, and so on.
Do we still have this kind of battery?
No.
Dang it!
The curds are also sometimes flavored with salt, spices, or herbs, and some, like many cheddars, are colored with a natural dye.
When is dinner, by the way?
After curing, natural cheese begins a ripening process during which it's stored, usually uncovered, at a controlled temperature and humidity until the desired texture and character is obtained. It can be covered with wax or other protective coating before or after this ripening process. Ripened cheeses are further classified according to texture. Hard cheese, semi-firm, semi-soft, soft ripened or surface ripened. Blue veined, pasta filata, whey cheeses, reduced fat and fat-free cheeses. And then there's a whole section here on imitation cheese and a section on storing cheese. That is more cheese information than y'all asked for, or anybody knows. Cheese, please. I cannot be contained.
When is dinner?
When is dinner? Calvin wants to know. When I'm finished with the... hold on, I got cookies in the oven. I have to get out. My timer just went off. When I'm finished with the cookie packaging process, I don't know. Mom had an idea for dinner the other night that I think is probably appropriate for tonight. So maybe you can ask her to enact that idea.
Or was it Domino's ice cream?
Something like that. But I'd prefer not that, but yeah.
Domino's is a big fan of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we don't have any D-cell batteries, I'm sorry. Is that all it takes?
I don't know, that's all that was in here.
Well, I mean, if that's the battery that was in there, that's the only kind of battery it takes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bye. Oh, wait, hold on. Bye.
Ridiculous.
You just told me ridiculous?
I did.
How?
Yeah, there's nothing in the freezer. You know, here's what we can do. Hey, here's my deal. We can either have that, what I was just mentioning to you, or we can have hot dogs, because I got hot dogs in the fridge. Okay? All right. Okay. We're gonna make a glaze. I'm just looking to see if there's a definition of fritter.
You said
A small, sweet, or savory deep-fried cake made either by combining chopped food with a thick batter or by dipping pieces of food into a similar batter. Some of the more popular foods used for fritters are apples, corn, and crab. Cool.
What did you say she said?
I didn't say anything. She mentioned it literally last night. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's what I thought. Okay. You
It's either that or hot dogs.
wanna...
Okay, I'm gonna turn the oven off. Oven's off. Oven's off. So, let's make a glaze. The glaze is gonna be doubled. I'm doubling. We're gonna make this recipe. We're gonna make this words. We're gonna make this recipe Irish style because we're doubling it. And powdered sugar, milk, and vanilla extract. Easy. Let's make this in drizzle over cooled cookies using a spoon or a piping bag. Okay, so I'm gonna actually make this in 2 cups of powdered sugar, milk. That is not much. Okay, let's make this in. I'll make this in here. So if I make this in here, I can put I can whisk it, and then I'll be able to just like pour it out of here. I think that would be the deal.
Am I supposed to order pizza? I don't know.
I told Calvin we can either do that or we can have hot dogs. You pick, or he can pick. I don't want to pick, but I don't really care. Just let me know which one, because one of those involves effort from me and the other one does not. Okay.
Does it have to be from a specific?
Domino's. Like,
I don't care.
Okay, just fuck. I asked one question all day.
No, I know. I know. I mean, I do care. I prefer not that, but I do what you want. Do your worst. All right. We have. What are you doing? Okay. Can I give you a mango for after dinner?
yeah.
Okay. All right. Deal. Let me wash my hands, and then we'll get to the glaze here. So the idea behind baking all the cookies first was to allow them plenty of time to cool. And I think we were going to need time for the glaze to cool.
Do you want
Not cool. I do not.
Okay.
I think we're going to need time for the glaze to cool or to dry also. I'm not sure how long it's going to take to dry. So this is going to be an experiment here. But I've got a bunch of powdered sugar here. I've got 2 open bags of powdered sugar and 1 unopened bag. So we're gonna deal with the open bags first, and then we'll get to the unopened bags. This is 1/3 cup. That's not what I want. 1/4 cup. Where do I put? All my cup measures are in the dishwasher. Damn. Okay, that's fine. I got a 1/2 cup. 1/2 cup is fine. So again, we're making a double batch of this. So 2 cups of powdered sugar. 1. That's 1/2. That's 1 cup. I should have just weighed this, shouldn't I? Yes, I should. I did not. There's another 1/2 cup, and I'm going to need to get another. I'm going to need to dip into that other open bag. That's okay. Okay, so there's 2 cups of powdered sugar. That feels like a lot, but the nice thing about making glaze, especially making it like this, is I can do it very, if I need more, it's not hard to make more. There's no heat involved. There's just stirring. A teaspoon of vanilla extract. Just want to add a teaspoon of vanilla. Just going to leave that right there on the tray because I might need to make some more of this. And then 2 to 4 tablespoons of milk. And it says I can use non-dairy milk in this, so I'm going to. I'm going to use zero sugar oat milk in this, primarily because if anybody has like a dairy allergy and I don't know it, I want to accommodate that. 3, 4. Okay. Again, we're going to leave the milk. We're going to leave all of my measuring and like ingredients for this just like here on this tray. And let's see, how do I stir this? I really would love to stir this with a much smaller whisk than the one I have here. So just give me a second because this one was over here and I want to wipe it off. I want to clean this. I want to clean my smallest whisk. I only have my largest whisk left in the drawer, and that's going to be much too large for what I'm doing. Okay. Confirming that my oven is off. Great. Okay. So this is going to be a lot easier to whisk this with. So, and if this is too liquidy, I can just add a little bit more powdered sugar, and that'll be fine too. Which I feel like that might be the case. Yeah, I feel like this might be a little bit too liquidy, so add another scoop or 2 of powdered sugar to here. Not a scoop of. Anyway, I'm not going to add a whole half cup to this, but I think it's not as viscous as I want it to be. So just adding a little to it, and if I need more, I can always make more. So I'm not going to be very shy about how much glaze goes on here. Now I wonder. The other thing is I no idea how long this takes to dry, and I don't know how well this is going to do in my vacuum sealer. For those of y'all who are unfamiliar with Stream, I are unfamiliar with like the Cookie Club situation, which I'm assuming is quite a few folks, or at least maybe 1s or 2s of you has never been here for the Cookie Club packaging before. I take the cookies that we've made and vacuum seal them, two cookies into like a little package. And I've been kind of expressing concern throughout the stream that there may be some difficulty with that process this time around because of, that's not the right thing at all. That box is completely empty. It may be some difficulty with that this time around because of how the pressure from the vacuum sealer. So we'll see kind of how it goes. I'm gonna lay a little parchment underneath of each of these cookie tray or cookie racks here, because I'm just going to ice them like right on the rack that they're sitting on, because all of my cookies are already on a rack and are going to be flat. They're not all on a rack yet, so let's just get these off the tray, get them onto a rack, and then we'll ice them. We'll start the icing process. I want to ice a few of them, and we'll see how it goes. because I don't know if this also needs to dry for quite some time, or if once it's like thinned out, it's going to be pretty dry right away. I might need to package these a little more delicately than I usually do. Typically when I package the cookies, I put them pretty tight in the vacuum sealer, and that usually means, you know, it keeps them fresh for longer. But I am worried that if I do that with these, they're going to the glaze is going to stick to the inside of the vacuum sealer, and then it's going to, you know, they're going to kind of, when people unpackage them on the other end, they're going to get a package with a bunch of glaze on the stuck to the inside and not at all on the cookies. So that was my main concern with this month's cookies, but we'll see how it goes. I'm shuffling around some of these other cookies on the tray here so that I can put them all flat. I just for today, not for today, but today is the first time that I'm able to actually have all of the cookies laid out on the tray. Previously, I didn't have enough cooling racks, and now I do. So it's a brand new day for us here. Everything is flat now on the counter. All the cookies laid out nicely, and we're gonna try to glaze some of them. And let's see how it goes. I'm moving this camera off of the stove also because visually I can see it. It's in the way and it bothers me. Okay, let's start with one of the racks that has definitely cool cookies on it, like physically cool. They are they've been out of the oven for a while. All right, I'll wash my hands here, as one does before starting anything. Okay. Now, as we do on this stream, we take a break every hour or so to run a few minutes of ads on Twitch. We're going to do that coming up. So just a little heads up for anybody who's new and just joining us. We do that so that there's no pre-roll ads for folks when they join the stream. And what that also allows me to do is tackle some of the dishes as they build up in my sink over here. So we're going to try to glaze some of these cookies and then let them sit for a few minutes while that happens. So here's to glazing some cookies. I'm also, you know what? Oh, hold on. We're not going to do this. We're not going to drip this on. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to, we're not going to let that sit on the cookie. But we're gonna brush the glaze on. That way it spreads out evenly and smoothly, and ideally is thinner. I paint a design. Okay, now we're going to do the cookies that are on this tray, this rack, and then we're going to take a little 3-minute break, because that is a good barometer of time. Like if I take a 3-minute break and I have and this glaze is like relatively dry, then I'll know that I can package these sort of easily and right away. It might be, I don't know how long glaze takes to dry.
Anybody in here a baker of any kind? Doing any kind of regular glazing of things? I don't even know if I'm doing this right, but we'll see. I do know that it said that if the cookies were warm when you put the glaze on, that it would just soak into them, and that they needed to be like completely cool before doing this part of the process. So that's why I held off for so long on this. But this, what I'm doing here with the brush, seems nicer, because I'm also not trying to like waste this glaze that I've made. If I was in a bakery and was like glazing things, I just have like a big wire rack that dipped into a tank, and then like when the glaze ran off, it just goes back into the tank. But like we don't have that right here because this is my house, and you know that's not how things work. So I'm trying to be conservative about the glaze usage here. And if it ends up not working very well, that's fine. Do like a little, some like drizzled bits here. That didn't really work because it's just going in. Google says 4 to 8 hours. So fluff. Oops. Should have looked that up ahead of time. Okay, here's the deal though. Here's the deal for these. If these are not able to be packaged right now, I am not going to package them, because I don't want them to be, I don't want my work, I don't want the work that I'm putting into doing this to go to waste. That would be bad. And I hope that you all agree. If this is just going to end up making like a sticky, awful mess inside of the packaging, I don't want to package them right away. I want to wait. That said, I have everything else ready, right? Like I'm ready to package these. So if it turns out that that is the case, then I will package these later this evening. It is 5:20 my time. 6, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, what I would do is just package these later tonight. And that would be okay. I'd rather have them sit out and completely dry and be able to be good than have the glaze just be like a sticky mess inside of the packaging, which I think is, if I'm guessing, that's probably what's going to happen. So, which is totally okay. When I was saying that these were kind of cake-like earlier, I'm realizing now that some of the sweetness, a good bit of the sweetness from these actually like comes in with the glaze. Kind of like a real apple fritter, which is pretty cool. All right, before I touch these, I'm gonna move these to the side. Well, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna move this right here.
Oh no!
Oh no! I'm gonna do some like countertop Jenga, or the countertop shuffle, and we're gonna move these here, and we're gonna do this next one in a few moments here. Let's actually hold on. I want to move those to a final position. So I've just got parchment paper underneath of these, so I can slide them around and get them completely, get them like where they're going. All right, let's get this one ready to go. Now, also, I'm thinking about the glaze situation. That might also be with like hot warm glaze, which we don't have, onto like a hot donut.
which again, we don't have. This is room temperature cookie and unheated glaze. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. We will see how it goes. But first, we're going to take a quick break. Again, if you're new to stream, we do a 3-minute break every hour. We put up a game of words on stream. We run 3 minutes worth of ads. If you don't love ads, I would like to ask you to go subscribe on the YouTube channel. There's a link to that in chat. If you click the link, it'll ask you if you want to subscribe. The correct answer is yes. My immediate response is thank you. We're going to run 3 minutes worth of ads now-ish. And here comes a game of words on stream. We'll see you in just a moment. I'm going to catch up on the dishes.
Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
All right. Dishes are going. Yeah, I didn't actually think about the glaze drying time until I started to stream today. I hadn't considered that it might take a long time to dry. I don't know why I didn't consider that, but it is something that I quite honestly did not think about. I don't know. I guess when I was thinking about glaze, I was thinking about how when I go to Reading Terminal and I get a fresh apple fritter, it's right there. They make it and then it's ready to go. I guess I didn't consider that they let it sit on the rack for a long time before they hand it to you, which I think they do. But whatever. Well, I did say I wanted to be finished stream by 5, and, if I can't package these right now, then that would sure make it easier. It would definitely make it easier. But that's okay. I'd prefer to package them now, but I'm not gonna force it. I hate to design. I am going to do these dishes in the sink though, because having the dishes finished at the end of stream is such an amazing feeling. When you pull dinner out of the oven and the only thing that's dirty is the casserole dish, it's basically the same feeling. If you've been doing the dishes all along, it's just fantastic. Yeah, and when we come back, I'm gonna check on these, and we'll see how it's going, the drying anyway. My guess is that I'm not going to be able to package these on stream. That's okay. If we can't, we can't. All right, we've done all the dishes except the sheet pans. That's kind of amazing. Dishwasher's loaded and ready to go. Hey, if you're on Twitch, welcome back. Thank you for being patient as the ads run. I know most people don't love them. The people who love them are strange to me. No offense. I only enjoy the ads because they help me have time to do the dishes during stream. Most days, most times. Which is great, because if you're cooking at home and you're not streaming, mostly if you're doing it right, you're doing the dishes as you go. But if you are streaming, most of the time, you don't do the dishes. A lot of people don't. I don't know. Some people, I guess, do dishes on stream if their sink is in a good spot to stream from.
I do not, because mine is not. But anyway, thanks for the patience, y'all. I appreciate it. Setting these sheet pans up to soak. Go. And shoot. Okay. Fantastic. All right. I'm gonna grab one of these cookies and we'll see how dry or how not dry it is. And I think this is going to tell me whether or not we can package them today. I'm going to assume the worst and hope for the best. Regardless, I'm going to tell you what they taste like because I'm going to like grab one and eat it. Obviously. Okay, let's pick one with like a pulled bit of frosting on it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. The ones that have frosting sort of pulled on them, POO. This is what I'm talking about, right? Like this area is still pretty wet. This area where it's smooth is tacky. It's not quite dry yet. So they're really good though. The icing makes all the difference. Yeah, like icing makes a difference. Surprise to literally no one. That's much better than having them plain. Oh God. Okay. World of difference. However, that is not dry enough to package. It will be. It will be. Eventually. It is not right now. Now, I'm pretty sure that by the time I finish icing these, it's also not going to be dry enough to package. So, I want to say that we'll not be packaging these on stream. They do need to dry. The icing is going to need to dry for a little bit more because otherwise it's 100% just going to stick to the inside of the bag. It's going to stick to the inside of the bag kind of regardless. And when I do package these, we're going to make sure that the packaging is a little less what's the word I'm searching for? Tight. But I don't want to package these right now because it will probably ruin the icing on them. But we will finish icing them anyway. Yeah, we'll finish icing them on stream anyway, because like, you know, because that's part of the stream. But we'll probably, I'll package these. I am sending them tomorrow, kind of no matter what. Tomorrow is the day. So I'm gonna clean up here and go about some other household chores. And then in, 2 hours, I'll check back on the icing here and see if we're ready to go. So that means that it means no change in the actual delivery schedule of these, but it does mean that we're not gonna be here for another like hour and a half packaging cookies. Not that it takes that long, but anyway, just a heads up. But we're icing these now, and they are looking good, and they're tasting great. So I'm really happy with how they are turning out in general. Well, there was a surprise third cooling that I didn't actually consider. Because it doesn't... it's not... I don't think the recipe is super explicit about letting the icing cool completely. It says let the cookies cool completely, but not... It doesn't really specify that the icing also needs to cool. They probably also assume that you're just like eating them and not packaging them in a vacuum sealed manner. Even if these weren't vacuum sealed and I was just putting them in like a plastic baggie or something, I still would not want to do that just yet. Anyway, that's fine. We'll just do that a little later. Maybe when I'm doing that later, I'll just stream it on the alt account. That is actually a possibility. Because I'm not going to fire up the main stream again for just some packaging cookies, but I think that that's possible. Or not. I don't know. I might just watch YouTube instead. I might help try to repair my YouTube algorithm during that time. Who's to say, really? All right, we're gonna do. We got two more racks of these. They look great though. Like the end result here is, one, pretty delicious, and two, visually pretty cool. I mean, they're supposed to look like apple fritter. They're apple fritter cookies, and they have that same looking apple fritter glaze on them, which I appreciate. What, Cal?
It's gonna be like half and half. What do you want on your half of the pizza?
I would like black olive and mushroom, please.
Okay, well, we were thinking about, we put mushroom.
Okay.
We were either gonna do onions or olives.
Okay. Anything that you want is fine. I don't actually. You asked me for my opinion. I don't actually have it's an opinion, not a requirement. Okay. We're glazing. We're getting through it here. I think that my thought with these is that I would probably be willing to package these now if I let them sit for like half an hour, but because they have spots on them where the icing, the glaze is pooling, that means that it's that it is not going to dry in that spot for a little while. So that's my consideration, is that the pools of icing I want to dry. All right, but these are looking good, and I'm happy with how they've turned out. So there's that. Alrighty, I'm gonna need to make a little bit more glaze here. I'll probably just make a single batch, and then I might go back over some of these, knowing that I need to let them dry for longer. I might go back over. There's a couple spots on some of them that I looks like I missed. So if I do I'm gonna make some more icing, and we'll do that. But okay, let's make some more icing right now, because I'm getting to that. I'm getting to the point where this is super low, and I need more. And I need more. It's not enough to have it's not enough to get on the brush. Okay, so let's just do one. I'm gonna do one version of this recipe. Wait. Rinse this off. We'll start with a fresh brush too. Mainly because I just put powdered sugar all over that one, and it's not going to work very well. Okay. Where's that clean towel? There it is. A cup of powdered sugar. We'll do
a teaspoon of vanilla extract. That's about 1. And then 2 to 4 tablespoons of a milk. This is non-dairy oat milk. So I'm just going to do 2. Let's do 3 because 4 was too much last time. I had to add some powdered sugar. So let's do 3. And then whisk. Where's that whisk? There it is. Okay. Combine all that together. Yeah, the thing I do know about glaze is that when it dries, it's pretty hard. So this particular glaze, I'm feeling like the edge of the glass here where it has solidified already, and it's solid. So I'm confident that once these are fully dry, they will look, they will be good for packaging. I don't want to keep trying them though, because I didn't make like tons of extras for the house. I made enough, but like the more I test of these, the less there is for everyone else that lives here. So I want to be cautious with how much quote unquote testing I'm doing. Because at this point, I'm just eating them. I know that they're good. I'm not testing anything. But anyone who's getting cookies this month is getting a homemade hand-glazed apple fritter cookie. Or 2. 2, actually. You're getting 2. And the glaze is worth it. One of the other options that they gave on here was to do a cinnamon and sugar. Basically, you roll the dough in before you bake it. You roll it in cinnamon and sugar instead of expecting to glaze it at the end. I don't see why you couldn't do both. That seems like it would be. It seems like it would be great to do both of those things. I don't know why you really have to choose, honestly. Okay, that rack is good. Let's slide this one off to the side, and then we'll get our fourth and final rack. Ready to go. This one already has a paper on it, under it. Jamie, hello, welcome. Milk Divine, thank you. So we're gonna, I was saying a little bit ago, I don't know if you caught this, but I'm not gonna package them on stream because they are, the glaze here is it takes a little while to dry. And if I was making dinner tonight, I would probably like make dinner and then package these, and then we would do all of that on stream, but I'm not making dinner. So we're not going to do that. Frankly, I don't have any more content for you today after we're finished making these cookies. This was all I planned. So we're going to package these a little later tonight. Once the glaze is like fully dry. Oh, I had cold. Oh no. I'm sorry. That's a terrible way to end a Sunday or start a week, depending on how you look at it. Do y'all consider the Sunday like the end or like the beginning? I sort of see Sunday as the beginning of the week. Only insofar as like I start planning for Monday. I have like, I think changing that mindset. I shifted my mindset. That's what I wanted to say, to thinking that Sunday is like the first day of the week. And like it avoids sort of that like, oh no, I have work tomorrow. I have like the Sunday scaries, you know, like that whole thing. It just kind of resets the narrative for me for that
in a nice way. Like, I don't work full time in a office or anything of that nature, so it's a little different, I think. I mean, I obviously also see the week a little differently, but it is, I don't know, I kind of see Sunday as, it's like a reset day, and then Monday I just like start again. Sunday's the day that I think about everything that I'm going to do next week and like set my agenda and my overall to-do list. Like, I keep a big to-do list. I'm sure that nobody's surprised. And Sunday is the day that I really like reevaluate all of that. And like, what did I get done this past week? Did I do everything that I wanted to do? What do I still need to do? What's reasonable? What's not? All that kind of stuff. Jamie, everyone made their own dinner. Amazing. Wow, what's that like? Woman says Sunday in Arabic is Al-Ahad, which literally means the first. Which, yeah, and that's okay. I like that though. I like that. That's sort of, I like that there's a word. I like that that is the word, and that has a specific meaning in that way. Yeah, I sort of see it as the organizational day. That's how I treat it in my head, is like, this is a day to organize my thoughts and my plans. All right, I'm going back and putting some more glaze on some of these that look, that have like some dry spots in some areas. So we don't have, I mean, I have the glaze and I'm not like saving it for anything. There's no other usage for this glaze here other than these cookies. So we're just going back and sort of giving a little bit of extra paint to some of the ones where it, I have some spots. This first tray, especially, I sort of, I hadn't hit my stride of getting those done. I was being a little conservative with the glaze on the first tray, if I'm admitting things here. All right. Well, these look really good, and I'm genuinely really happy with how these look and how things kind of turned out. Yeah, I don't know. Cool. All right, well, they look good. Let's let them dry. Let's see how things go. Wash my hands off here. All right, well, the cookies turned out great. They taste good and they look good. We're not going to package them today, but this is what they look like currently. And that glaze on there is going to dry. Yeah, the glaze is going to dry. We'll give that kind of probably like 3 to 4 hours, I would say, to set. The goal again is I just don't want it to stick to the inside of the packaging. Because if you've gotten cookies from me before, you know that I vacuum seal them, and the vacuum seal, kind of no matter what you do with it, is going to be a little bit tight, a little bit constrictive. So we're gonna wait. I'm gonna wait, and we'll package those. I'll just package those up later tonight. Once that glaze is completely set. And I'm going to be sending them tomorrow. Regardless of when I end up packaging them. Now, not packaging them right now means I do have to like not completely clean up in the kitchen. It also means that I can't package the boxes until later either. But so kind of extrapolating, carrying the one here. I might not be at the post office first thing in the morning. I am going to package them tonight. Oh wait, the post office doesn't open till 9. I'm dropping Calvin off at the bus stop. Or we're school is 6:45. I don't need to package these in the boxes tonight at all. The popcorn's already made. The boxes are already put together. Everything's good. If they're in plastic packaging by the time I go to bed tonight, that means that I can package the boxes in like, I mean, it only takes me like 20 minutes to put the boxes together at that point. Anyway, TMI, probably a lot of TMI right there that you didn't really need to know, but all that is to say, we will have these ready and out the door tomorrow morning. We'll be at the post office at 9 a.m. Darlene on YouTube, thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it. We're really, these were, the directions on here say prep time 20 minutes, cook time 12 minutes, total time 32 minutes. And it doesn't say, yeah, there's like, this is what happens with recipes from blogs. When you get a recipe from the blog, sometimes they're missing some vital information. Like, hey, the icing's going to need a little bit of time to set. You might want to factor that in. That type of thing. Anyway, I'm not salty about it. It is a fact. I didn't even consider it either until until we started the glazing process, and I was like, wait a second, Samsonite. I was way off. But that's fine. I agree though, Jamie, it would be an absolute sticky mess if I tried to do anything with these right now. So we won't. I will put my ingredients away though. All right, let me tell you a little bit. Now that I've explained sort of what's happening tomorrow morning, let me explain a little bit about what's happening tomorrow afternoon, because I'm going to be live again tomorrow afternoon. Don't usually stream 2 days in a row, so that's unique and interesting. Don't usually stream, interesting? I don't know if it's interesting, but it is a thing. I don't also usually stream on Monday, so that is also probably not that interesting. It is unique. Okay, so what are we doing tomorrow? Tomorrow is a big prep day. So I am, if y'all are familiar with some of the things that I've done year over year, today or this week is I'm doing a trip. I do a trip on with a bunch of friends every year. It's a big like cabin trip. There's 11 of us this year, I think. It is a lot of people. So it's a lot of people. I am making breakfasts for folks. We're going to be doing a couple different things, but tomorrow is like a meal prep situation. What are we prepping tomorrow? Good question. I'm doing all the breakfasts. So tomorrow we're going to make quiche. Tomorrow is we're doing four quiches. all the same. I'm not doing 4 different quiches. But in order to get the quiches ready, I have to cook some sausage. We're going to blanch some broccoli, shred some cheese. Then we're going to assemble and bake the quiches. I'm making 2 different types of like quick breads. Definitely an apple bread. I'm going to try, I'd like to make a banana bread. But the thing is that I don't have bananas right now. And usually with banana bread, you need to have, you know, some bread that's like, or bananas that are old, which I don't have. So I might just be making 2 different types of apple bread. Jamie, pumpkin bread's a great idea. Yeah, I might actually end up doing pumpkin bread. That's a good idea. I like that. If I don't write that down, I will not remember it. But pumpkin bread would be good. Pumpkin bread, I might have to make a second stop. So we'll see. But yeah, banana bread. I could also do like zucchini bread. Anyway, pumpkin? Question mark? Maybe. Belly flops, hello. Good to see you. Welcome. Welcome. So we're going to do quiches start to finish tomorrow. So that's one of the things that we're like going to completely do. Other breakfasts, we're going to do quiche one day, oatmeal another day. So for the oatmeal, all I have to do is like portion that out.
Dinner has been ordered.
Is just portion that out. Thank you, Calvin.
Estimated time is 6:14.
Okay. So we're going to portion out the oatmeal. Another day we're doing sausage, egg, and cheese sandwiches. So I'm getting croissants. I have to slice the croissants. I'm gonna make sausage patties. Actually, no, I might not make the sausage patties because I asked, because I'm getting small sausage links. So I might not. I think I'm just gonna like cut the links in half and fry them that way instead of making patties. So that would actually be easier. So we're making another day we're doing there's the quick breads like I talked about. So one day is like banana breads, then sausage, egg, and cheese, then quiche, and then oatmeal. So those are the 4 breakfasts. I'm also making lunch for one of the days. We go on a big hike. So I'm making like lunch for the hike. That's going to be chicken salad. So, you know, nothing special. Y'all have seen me make this chicken salad like probably 15 to 20 times at this point in the history of the stream. And shocking, we're going to make it again. But that includes roasting the chicken for the chicken salad and then assembling it. It has grapes, chicken, mayonnaise, mustard, like your basic chicken salad. But it's going to be quite a bit of work, and I always sort of underestimate how much work it is because I'm like, oh, chicken salad's not that hard. I'm like, yeah, but when you're cutting up grapes for, you know, 20 portions of chicken salad, it ends up being quite a bit. So, anyway, that is what we're doing tomorrow. We will be live sometime between noon and 1. I'm not going to commit 100% to a time because I'm not sure exactly when we're going to be live. I have to get back from Reading Terminal. I don't know how long it's going to take me to shop. So that's really my limiting factor. Okay, we're gonna be done. We're gonna be finished today, though. Today has been a good stream. We made cookies. Obviously, we made cookies. I don't know where we're gonna go. Let's see. Where should we go? Who is streaming? Got it. Thank you. We must have hit the 5-hour mark on the stream. Kanara is streaming. We have Guido is streaming. There I am. I'm streaming. Kitchen View is streaming. Hippie Wayfarer is live. Nearly Squid. Nearly Squid. Who is Nearly Squid? I'm not familiar with Nearly Squid. Nearly Nearly Squid, their profile says cheeky, indecisive, and one bad idea away from greatness. Variety streamer. That's cute. Dana's Kitchen is on. Darlene on YouTube. I hope you have a good evening. I'll be live tomorrow. We'll be live at noon. Anywhere between noon and 1. Bellanissima is streaming. Who else is live in the Food and Drink Creator Club? Chef John Leong is streaming. He is not cooking currently. He's doing something else. Are your lips green? They're blue.
Yeah, I had a lollipop upstairs.
He had a lollipop upstairs, he said. Okay. That's reasonable. Okay. I'm gonna do a blind raid. We've not done a blind raid before, so if this doesn't work out, y'all don't blame me, okay?
Wait, if you've never done one before, how did you find out about all the other streamers?
How did I find out about this person?
You haven't done.
We're gonna raid Nearly Squid, by the way. Nearly Squid has 985 followers.
No, I mean, like, how do you find out about? Go ahead.
What are you asking me?
How do you find out about all of the other people like that you watch regularly?
Because I looked them up and then watched them for a while before I decided
Oh,
that
so
I
you've
liked
watched
them.
them alone
Correct.
before.
I'm going to raid someone whose stream I have never watched.
Okay.
I've never seen this person.
Okay.
I don't even know who they are. I don't even know if they're a food and drink streamer. They've been live for an hour and a half and they're making cookies.
So this is a blind raid, but you've done a blind watching before.
Yeah, most of Twitch is blind watching. Okay.
Yeah.
The more you know, this is when we need the banner. Anyway, we're gonna raid Nearly Squid because I think their profile is cute and they're making cookies, and I don't know, and that's it. That's it. That's the reason. I don't have any other reason. I don't know them, and they seem fun. I'm gonna lurk for a little bit until dinner. I'm gonna clean up again and more in the kitchen, and then I'll see you tomorrow. We'll be live at noon. Hold on, let me start this raid. Luke, welcome. Thank you. We're gonna raid Nearly Squid, y'all. Like I said, don't blame me if. No, feel free to blame me, but you know, while the buy command works now. Here's some raid messages for you to copy if you're interested in that. Here are some other places to go follow me online. I would love it if you would follow on YouTube. Please go hit the subscribe button. If you're here on Twitch, please hit the follow button if you're not currently following. I would really appreciate that too. Follows are silent. There's no like big alerts or anything, so you can follow with impunity. We're raiding Nearly Squid. They're a furry. They have a funny profile. They're LGBTQIA plus friendly, and they're making cookies that look like their avatar.
Why not?
I'm just intrigued. I'm intrigued. I don't even know what their voice sounds like because
Dog.
yeah.
a furry. I think you're safe. It's a co-signed, fully co-signed on that statement. Yes. Tomorrow's a trip prep day. We'll be live around noon Eastern time. Thanks for hanging out today, y'all. I appreciate it. I'm going to package these cookies and they'll be out the gate. They'll be out the door and at the post office before I see you again on stream. If I don't see you then, I'll see you in chat.